with children, and yet nothing is ever said about Mr. Presley. It seems Mr. Presley us, and for the life of me, I don't understand why. Because when you dig deep into Mr. Presley's past, it's not very pretty. It's not very pretty at all. As nearly everyone knows who's heard of Elvis Presley, you know, yes, he married Priscilla, and we all know what Priscilla was like. We all know that Priscilla to this day is still making money off the name Presley. But why these women, well, they were girls at the time, accepted that it was okay, what he was doing is quite beyond me. And I guess it shows the changing of the morals that we've got, because these days there's no way you'd get away with what he did. But he knew what he was doing anyway, because he used to have a saying, and his saying used to be 14 will get you 20. And what he meant by that was seeing somebody at the age of 14, a young girl of 14, will get you 20 years in prison. So Elvis liked to run around saying that, obviously very aware that what he was doing was wrong. But he, for some reason, even up to this minute, this day, gets away with it. And like I said, I don't understand why. So I'm going to start with this little video of the man himself, and let's see what we can learn from this.
Would you like to make a bet?
Although Elvis married only once in his life, there were several intimate relationships both before and after that marriage, not to mention during. Relationships with the few women who were sometimes referred to as the lifers.
When we were together in that 4.5-year period, as has been said before.
Now, the woman in front of you right now is Linda Thompson, who was his girlfriend for 4.5 years. And she had to put up with him with his girl. You know, if he didn't like something on the TV, he'd shoot the telly. When he got bored of her, he'd send her out and send a 14-year-old girl into Graceland for him to talk to and sleep with. So who's going to agree with that's right? Now, this woman, Linda Thompson, knew that he was indeed seeing young girls of 14, yet she didn't do anything. She didn't say anything. No, she stood. I want to be Elvis Presley's girlfriend. Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Hopefully, I don't know, but I want to move on from that to something else that interests me as well. So, don't know. I really don't know what happened there, to be quite honest. So, what I want to, because I find these kinds of things fascinating, right? I don't know if I'll get away with playing this, but I'm going to try. But yeah, that Presley, honestly, it just baffles me how he's able to get away with what he gets away with.
And systemic poisoning. The sizing used to give fabric's body and structure contained arsenic, lead, and mercury.
So this is about Victorian women, right? And the stupid things we used to have to do to be women. And we didn't realize what we were doing to ourselves. And the reason I'm doing this is because I'm tired, I'm bored, and I'm fucking fed up of listening to the same old crap every day. Every day I come onto YouTube, same thing. So I'd rather be like dupes and play what interests me. And if there's only 5 in the room, well, so be it. Yeah. So let's see what we had to put up with, right, to be women in the Victorian times.
Adjust your pillow and let the world soften a little around you.
Yeah.
Tonight, we ease into a story that isn't just about the past. It's a quiet reminder of how far humanity has come and how easily the comforts we rely on today could have been out of reach. Picture this. You're a Victorian lady waking up in 1850. The sun filters through heavy curtains into your bedroom, and you're about to begin your morning routine. But this isn't the refreshing start to the day you might imagine. You don't reach for soap and water. Instead, you reach for a bottle of perfume and a cloth dampened with vinegar. This is your bath for the day. A quick wipe with acidic liquid that stings your skin and leaves you smelling like a pickle factory mixed with a flower shop. Water, you see, was the enemy. Not metaphorically, literally. Victorian medical wisdom declared that water, especially cold water, was dangerous to women's delicate constitutions. Doctors warned that bathing too frequently could cause nervous disorders, weakness, and even madness. So instead of washing, Victorian women perfumed. And when I say perfumed, I mean they doused themselves. Bottles of heavy, cloying scent were applied liberally to the neck, wrists, hair, and clothing. The goal wasn't to smell good. It was to smell like something other than what they actually smelled like, which after days or weeks without proper washing was considerable. The perfumes themselves were brutal. Made with high concentrations of alcohol and harsh oils, they burned the skin on contact. Women developed rashes, blisters, and permanent scarring from their daily perfume routine.
You know, watching this, you've got to wonder in 200 years' time, is someone going to be making some sort of video about the things that we do today and saying how we didn't know that it was harmful? Because watching this, they thought that water was harmful, right? So they didn't get washed in it, and because the doctors said it was harmful. So I wonder in 200 years' time, I wonder what it is that they declare was harmful today that we are doing as women, kind of thing. Yeah.
But this was considered normal, even fashionable. The pain was proof that you were refined enough to afford such luxuries. Imagine starting every single day by essentially pouring rubbing alcohol mixed with flower extracts onto your unwashed skin. The sting, the redness, the way it mixed with the natural oils and sweat that had accumulated overnight. This wasn't hygiene. It was chemical warfare against your own body. But the perfume ritual was just the beginning. Next came the powder. White lead powder, to be precise. Yes, lead. The same substance we now know causes brain damage, organ failure, and death. Victorian women rubbed it into their faces every morning, believing it made them look pale and refined. The powder didn't just sit on the surface, it seeped into pores, mixed with sweat and oils, and created a toxic paste that clung to the skin. Women who use lead powder regularly developed what we now recognize as chronic lead poisoning, tremors, hair loss, tooth decay, and cognitive decline. But at the time, these symptoms were just considered part of being a delicate, fashionable lady. The morning routine continued with hair care, which is perhaps where things got most disturbing. Victorian women rarely washed their hair, sometimes going months between washings. Instead, they used powders made from starch, chalk, and sometimes even ground up bones to absorb oil and add volume. These powders attracted lice like magnets. Every Victorian woman, from the poorest servant to the richest duchess, had lice. It was so common that special combs were designed specifically for removing them, and women would spend hours each day picking insects out of each other's hair. The sound of
What a pastime. Yeah, are you coming over for a cup of tea? Yeah, yeah, we can delouse each other while we're at it. Ooh.
lice combs scraping against scalps was as common in Victorian homes as the ticking of clocks. But here's where it gets worse. When the lice infestations became unbearable, some women would hold their heads over open flames, trying to burn the insects out of their hair. The smell of singed hair and burning lice filled Victorian bedrooms regularly. Women lost patches of hair, suffered burns, and sometimes set their entire heads on fire in desperate attempts to rid themselves of parasites. And through it all, they smiled, curtsied, and pretended everything was perfectly normal. Because admitting to any of these problems would have been social suicide. Better to suffer in silence than to acknowledge that beneath the elegant facade was a reality of pain, infestation, and slow poisoning. This was just the morning routine. The day hadn't even begun, and already these women had poisoned themselves with lead, burned their skin with alcohol, and possibly set their hair on fire. And they did this every single day for their entire adult lives. Now that our Victorian lady has completed her morning ritual of self-poisoning, let's talk about the clothes she's about to put on. Because if you thought the hygiene routine was bad, wait until you hear about Victorian fashion. The average Victorian woman wore between 5 and 7 layers of clothing every single day. Starting from the skin outward, a chemise, drawers, corset cover, bustle, petticoat, and finally the dress itself. Each layer trapped heat, moisture, and bacteria against the body, creating what can only be described as a walking incubator for disease. These clothes were rarely washed. A typical Victorian dress might be cleaned once a month if the woman was wealthy, once every few months if she wasn't. The undergarments fared even worse. Chemises and drawers were often worn for weeks at a time without washing. The fabric absorbed sweat, menstrual blood, urine, and every other bodily fluid you can imagine. The corset deserves special mention because it was perhaps the most horrifying piece of clothing ever invented. Laced so tightly that women couldn't breathe properly, corsets compressed the ribcage, displaced internal organs.
We've also got to remember, that this was the period. This was the, this was the period when white privilege, right, apparently was at its highest. Because in the 1800s, our empire was well established. So, our so-called white privilege was at its highest. Yes. Oh my God.
And made it impossible to bend at the waist. But the real horror was what happened underneath. Corsets were never washed. They couldn't be. The whalebone and steel construction would be ruined by water. So women wore the same corset day after day, month after month, sometimes for years. The fabric lining absorbed sweat and oils until it became stiff and rank. The smell was so intense that perfume had to be applied directly to the corset just to make it bearable. Worse still, the tight lacing created pressure sores and open wounds where the corset rubbed against the skin. These wounds, constantly irritated and never allowed to heal, became infected. Pus and blood soaked into the corset lining, adding to the toxic stew of bodily fluids already trapped there. Women fainted regularly, not from delicate sensibilities, but from lack of oxygen and blood circulation. The phrase tight-laced wasn't just about fashion. It was about slowly suffocating yourself for the sake of an hourglass silhouette. But let's talk about what happened underneath all these layers. Victorian women didn't wear underwear as we know it. Instead, they wore drawers, loose, open-crotched garments that provided no barrier between the body and the outer clothing. This meant that menstrual blood, urine, and vaginal discharge soaked directly into the petticoats and dress. Menstruation was perhaps the most horrifying aspect of Victorian women's lives. There were no sanitary products, no pads, no tampons, nothing. Women used rags, which they washed and reused, or sometimes just let the blood soak into their clothing. The smell was overwhelming, and the health risks were enormous.
Yeah. Never mind Victorian women. There's a modern day woman, Marilyn Monroe. She used to do that. When she was on her period, she'd take to her bed for however many days she was on a period for, and just let it pour out, kind of thing. Why, I don't know, but that is an actual fact. Yes.
These menstrual rags were washed in cold water without soap, then hung to dry in dark, damp places where they never fully dried. They became breeding grounds for bacteria, leading to constant infections. Toxic shock syndrome, though not yet named, killed thousands of Victorian women who had no idea that their makeshift sanitary products were slowly poisoning them. The dresses themselves were architectural marvels of filth, the long skirts dragged through mud, horse manure, and human waste that filled Victorian streets. The hems of dresses were caked with excrement, and this filth was then tracked into homes, drawing rooms, and bed.
My God, how did anyone survive? You think about it. How did women survive? How are we still here? My God. Ugh. Yeah.
Bedrooms. Women literally wore the sewage of the city on their clothing. Cleaning these massive dresses was nearly impossible. They were too heavy when wet, too delicate to scrub properly, and took days to dry. So instead of washing them, women would brush off the surface dirt and spray them with more perfume. The result was clothing that looked clean from a distance but was actually layered with months or years of accumulated filth. The weight of these clothes was crushing, literally. A fully dressed Victorian woman might be carrying 30 to 40 pounds of fabric, stays, and accessories. This weight, combined with the restrictive corsets, made simple activities like walking upstairs an ordeal. Many women developed permanent spinal deformities from the constant pressure. And here's perhaps the most disturbing part. All of this was considered normal, even desirable. The more layers a woman wore, the more respectable she was considered. The tighter her corset, the more fashionable. The longer her skirts dragged through filth, the more elegant she appeared. Victorian fashion wasn't just uncomfortable, it was a systematic torture device that women inflicted upon themselves daily, believing it made them more attractive and refined. In reality, it made them walking repositories of disease, slowly poisoning themselves with their own trapped bodily fluids while maintaining the illusion of pristine femininity. Let's talk about something that didn't exist in most Victorian homes: bathrooms. The very concept of a dedicated room for personal hygiene was foreign to most people. Instead, Victorian women dealt with their bodily needs in ways that would horrify us today. For urination, wealthy women used chamber pots, decorative ceramic bowls kept under the bed or in a cabinet. These pots were emptied once a day if you were lucky, less frequently if you weren't. The smell in Victorian bedrooms was overwhelming, a constant mixture of urine, perfume, and unwashed bodies. But chamber pots were a luxury. Most women simply relieved themselves wherever they could, behind bushes, in alleys, or in their own backyards. There was no toilet paper, so they used whatever was available: leaves, corn cobs, old rags, or sometimes nothing at all. The wealthy had slightly better options. Some grand houses had necessary rooms, small closets with a hole cut in a wooden seat that led to a pit below. But these weren't connected to any kind of sewage system. The waste just accumulated in pits that were emptied by night soil men, who came around periodically to shovel out the contents. Imagine the smell. Imagine the flies. Imagine sitting over a pit filled with months of human waste, trying to maintain your dignity while breathing through your mouth to avoid the stench. This was the height of Victorian bathroom luxury. For bathing, most Victorian women used a wash basin and pitcher in their bedroom. The water was cold. Heating water was expensive and time-consuming. Soap was harsh and expensive, made from animal fat and lye that burned the skin. Most women bathed once a week at most, and many went months between full baths. When they did bathe, it was often a family affair. The same bath water was used by multiple family members, starting with the father, then the mother, then the children in order of age. By the time the youngest child got in, the water was gray, cold, and filled with the dirt and oils of everyone who had used it before. The phrase, "Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater," comes from this practice. The water was so dirty by the end that you might actually lose a small child in it. But even this minimal bathing was controversial. Many doctors warned that bathing too frequently could cause illness, madness, or moral corruption. Some religious leaders preached that cleanliness was vanity, and that good Christians should focus on spiritual rather than physical purity. So most Victorian women went weeks or months without a proper bath, relying instead on what they called bird baths, quick wipes with a damp cloth. These cloths were rarely washed and were reused until they fell apart, becoming repositories of bacteria and disease. The lack of proper sanitation had devastating consequences. Cholera, typhoid, and dysentery swept through Victorian cities regularly, killing thousands. Women were particularly vulnerable because their long skirts and multiple layers of clothing made it impossible to maintain even basic cleanliness. Urinary tract infections were endemic among Victorian women. Without proper hygiene, bacteria from fecal matter regularly contaminated the urinary tract, leading to painful chronic infections that often progressed to kidney disease and death. But these infections were rarely discussed. It was considered improper to mention such intimate health problems. Vaginal infections were equally common and equally ignored. Without soap, clean water, or any understanding of bacterial contamination, women suffered from constant yeast infections, bacterial vaginosis, and other conditions that made their lives miserable. The smell was often overwhelming, masked only by heavy applications of perfume that made the problem worse by disrupting the natural bacterial balance. The irony is that Victorian society was obsessed with moral purity while ignoring physical cleanliness. Women were expected to be paragons of virtue while living in conditions that would be considered uninhabitable today. They were judged harshly for any perceived moral failing while being forced to endure physical conditions that were genuinely degrading and dangerous. This wasn't just about comfort, it was about survival. The lack of basic sanitation killed more Victorian women than war, accident, or violence. They died from preventable diseases, from infections that could have been avoided with soap and water, from the accumulated effects of living in their own filth. And through it all, they were expected to smile, to be gracious, to embody the ideal of feminine purity, while their bodies slowly succumbed to the effects of systematic neglect and ignorance. Now we come to perhaps the most horrifying aspect of Victorian women's lives: menstruation. In a society that couldn't even acknowledge that women had bodily functions, dealing with monthly bleeding was a nightmare of shame, pain, and danger. First, let's be clear about what Victorian women used during their periods. Nothing. There were no commercial sanitary products, no pads, no tampons. Women were expected to simply hold it in or let the blood soak into their clothing. The idea that menstruation was a natural bodily function that required management was considered vulgar and improper. Some women used rags, old pieces of cloth torn from worn-out clothing or bed sheets. These rags were folded and placed between the legs, held in place by nothing more than hope and tight clothing. They shifted, leaked, and provided minimal absorption. When they became saturated, women had to find private places to change them, often going hours with blood-soaked fabric pressed against their bodies. These rags were washed in cold water without soap, then reused month after month. They never got truly clean, becoming stiff and discolored with accumulated blood and bacteria.
it makes you wonder how these women were healthy enough to be having, I don't know, 12 to 13 children. Because they did, didn't they? In the Victorian times, there was large families. It wasn't unheard of for a woman to have 13 kids back then. So it makes you wonder how on earth they kept healthy enough to do that. But then it also makes you realize why the mortality of babies was so low, because and stillbirth was really high. I can imagine that a lot of the babies, as they were being born, would have picked up whatever infection their mother had down there, and that would have killed them. Because it still does today, unfortunately. If a woman has an infection or gets an infection at the beginning of a labor, it can cause stillbirth. So, yeah, just makes you wonder how they managed to have all those kids with all that going on. Christ.
Bacteria. The smell was overwhelming. A mixture of old blood, unwashed fabric, and the infections that inevitably developed from using contaminated materials. Many women couldn't afford even these basic rags. They used whatever they could find: moss, leaves, old newspapers, or simply let the blood soak into their chemises and petticoats. The staining was permanent, and the smell was inescapable. But the physical discomfort was nothing compared to the shame. Menstruation was considered a curse, a punishment for Eve's sin, a monthly reminder of women's inherent impurity. Women were told that they were unclean during their periods, that they could spoil food by touching it, that they could kill plants by walking near them. Many Victorian women genuinely believed that they were toxic during menstruation. They isolated themselves, avoided cooking or handling food, and lived in constant fear that someone would discover their condition. The psychological damage was enormous. Women learned to hate and fear their own bodies, to see their natural functions as shameful and disgusting. The medical establishment made things worse. Doctors had no understanding of menstruation and spread dangerous misinformation. They claimed that menstrual blood was poisonous, that it contained toxins that needed to be expelled from the body. Some prescribed bloodletting during periods, believing that additional blood loss would purify women. Other doctors recommended complete bed rest during menstruation, claiming that any activity could cause the blood to flow backward into the body, causing madness or death. Women were told to avoid bathing, exercise, or even thinking too hard during their periods, as mental exertion could disrupt the flow and cause...
Thinking too hard. Don't you dare think too hard during your period. It will cause madness. Bloody hell.
permanent damage. The reality was that most Victorian women were severely anemic from poor nutrition and repeated pregnancies. The additional blood loss from menstruation, combined with inadequate iron intake, left them weak, dizzy, and chronically exhausted. But this was seen as normal. Women were supposed to be delicate and frail. The infections were constant and devastating. Without proper hygiene or clean materials, bacteria flourished in the warm, moist environment created by menstrual blood and dirty rags. Pelvic inflammatory disease was endemic, often leading to infertility, chronic pain, and death from sepsis. Toxic shock syndrome, though not yet identified, killed thousands of Victorian women. The combination of dirty rags, poor hygiene, and the practice of leaving materials in place for hours created perfect conditions for bacterial overgrowth and toxin production. Women would suddenly develop high fevers, vomiting, and organ failure, dying within days of what seemed like a normal period. The social consequences were equally severe. A woman who leaked through her clothing was ruined socially. The stains were impossible to hide and impossible to explain away. Many women became recluses during their periods, refusing to leave their homes for fear of public humiliation. Young girls received no education about menstruation. Their first period was often a terrifying shock, with many believing they were dying or had been injured. Mothers, too ashamed to discuss the topic, would simply hand their daughters some rags and tell them to figure it out. The ignorance and fear were passed down from generation to generation. The economic impact was significant too. Women who worked as servants or in factories often lost their jobs if their periods interfered with their duties. There were no sick days for menstruation, no understanding that women might need accommodation during their cycles. Many families fell into poverty when the primary female earner was dismissed for something completely beyond her control. Some women tried desperate measures to stop their periods entirely. They took dangerous drugs, underwent brutal medical procedures, or even attempted to damage their reproductive organs to end the monthly suffering. The mortality rate from these attempts was horrifying, but for many women, the risk of death seemed preferable to a lifetime of monthly shame and pain. The wealthy had slightly better options. They could afford more rags, private spaces to change them, and servants to wash them. But even aristocratic women suffered from the same infections, the same shame, the same medical ignorance that plagued their poorer sisters. Perhaps most tragically, this suffering was completely unnecessary. Clean cloth, soap, and basic understanding of hygiene could have prevented most of the infections and complications. But Victorian society's refusal to acknowledge women's bodily functions, combined with medical ignorance and moral prudery, condemned millions of women to unnecessary pain, illness, and death. The monthly curse wasn't menstruation itself. It was a society that turned a natural biological process into a source of shame, suffering, and danger. Victorian women didn't just endure their periods, they survived them, month after month, year after year, carrying the physical and psychological scars for the rest of their lives. If you thought Victorian women's daily hygiene routine was horrifying, wait until you hear about their beauty treatments. In their quest for the pale, ethereal look that was fashionable, Victorian women literally poisoned themselves with substances that would be considered chemical weapons today. The ideal Victorian woman was supposed to look like she was on the verge of death, pale, thin, with dark circles under her eyes and a general air of fragility. To achieve this look, women used cosmetics that actually brought them closer to death with every application. Lead-based face powder was the foundation of Victorian beauty, literally and figuratively. Women mixed white lead with vinegar or lemon juice to create a paste that they spread over their faces, necks, and sometimes their entire bodies. The lead gave them the coveted pale complexion, but it also gave them lead poisoning. The symptoms of chronic lead poisoning were actually considered fashionable. The trembling hands, the pale complexion, the thinning hair, the dark circles under the eyes, all of these were signs of lead toxicity. But Victorian society saw them as marks of refined beauty. Women were literally dying to be beautiful, and society applauded them for it. But lead wasn't the only poison in the Victorian beauty arsenal. Arsenic was commonly used in face creams and powders, promising to give women a translucent, glowing complexion. And it did. The arsenic caused fluid retention and swelling that gave the skin a plump, youthful appearance. It also caused organ failure, hair loss, and death. Women who used arsenic regularly developed what we now know as chronic arsenic poisoning. Their fingernails developed white lines, their hair fell out in clumps, and their skin developed a characteristic grayish tinge. But these symptoms developed slowly, and many women attributed them to other causes, continuing to use arsenic-based products until they died. Mercury was another popular ingredient in Victorian cosmetics. It was used in skin-lightening creams and treatments for freckles and age spots. Mercury poisoning caused neurological damage, kidney failure, and a condition called Mad Hatter's disease, the same condition that affected hat makers who used mercury in their work. Women who used mercury-based cosmetics developed tremors, memory loss, and personality changes. They became irritable, anxious, and sometimes violent. Their teeth fell out, their gums turned black, and their breath became foul. But rather than recognizing these as symptoms of poisoning, Victorian society attributed them to women's naturally unstable temperaments. The eye makeup was particularly dangerous. Women used coal made from antimony, a toxic metal that caused eye infections, blindness, and systemic poisoning. They also used belladonna, literally meaning beautiful woman, to dilate their pupils and give their eyes a dreamy, unfocused look. Belladonna is deadly nightshade, one of the most poisonous plants in the world. Regular use of belladonna caused permanent vision problems, hallucinations, and death. Women would put drops of belladonna extract directly into their eyes, causing their pupils to dilate so much that they couldn't see clearly in bright light. They stumbled around in a drug-induced haze, unable to focus on anything, but their glassy, vacant stare was considered the height of feminine beauty. Hair dyes were equally toxic. To achieve fashionable hair colors, women used dyes made from lead, mercury, and other heavy metals. These dyes were absorbed through the scalp, causing systemic poisoning. Women's hair fell out, their scalps developed sores and infections, and many died from the cumulative effects of the toxins. The most popular hair dye was made from silver nitrate, which turned hair a fashionable dark color, but also turned it brittle and prone to breaking. Women's hair would literally crumble when touched, leaving them with patchy, damaged scalps that they tried to hide with wigs and hairpieces. Lip rouge was made from cinnabar, a mercury compound that gave lips a bright red color, but also caused mercury poisoning. Women's lips would swell, crack, and bleed from the constant application of toxic substances. The irony was that the more they used these products to make themselves beautiful, the more damaged and diseased they became. Perfumes contained not just alcohol but also toxic essential oils and synthetic fragrances that caused skin burns, respiratory problems, and allergic reactions. Women would spray these perfumes directly onto open wounds and infected areas, believing that the alcohol would purify them. Instead, it caused chemical burns and made infections worse. The beauty industry of the Victorian era was essentially a slow-motion genocide against women. The products they used daily were killing them, but the deaths were slow enough and the symptoms varied enough that no one made the connection. Women died of mysterious illnesses, nervous disorders, and female complaints that were actually heavy metal poisoning and chemical burns. The most tragic part is that many of these women knew the products were harmful. They could feel the burning, see the damage to their skin and hair, experience the neurological symptoms. But the social pressure to conform to beauty standards was so intense that they continued using these products anyway, choosing a slow death over social rejection. Victorian beauty wasn't about enhancing natural features. It was about transforming women into living corpses, pale and ethereal, and slowly dying from the inside out. The ideal Victorian woman looked like she was already halfway to the grave because, in many cases, she was. If you think Victorian women's beauty routine was horrifying, their dental care was even worse. In an era before modern dentistry, toothbrushes, or even basic understanding of oral hygiene, Victorian women's mouths were landscapes of decay, infection, and constant pain. Most Victorian women had never seen a toothbrush. The few that existed were crude affairs made from pig bristles attached to bone or wood handles. These bristles were coarse and often fell out, and the brushes themselves were shared among family members, spreading bacteria and disease from mouth to mouth. Instead of brushing their teeth, Victorian women used whatever was available to clean their mouths. Some used rough cloths to wipe their teeth and gums, often causing more damage than good. Others used their fingers, rubbing salt, chalk, or even ground-up brick onto their teeth in an attempt to remove stains and debris. The toothpaste of the Victorian era was a mixture of chalk, salt, and sometimes ground-up bones or shells. This abrasive paste wore away tooth enamel, exposing the sensitive dentin underneath and causing excruciating pain. Women would rub this mixture onto their teeth with cloths or their fingers, essentially sandblasting their own mouths. Some Victorian women used more exotic tooth cleaning methods. Urine was considered an excellent mouthwash. Women would rinse their mouths with their own urine or that of family members, believing it would whiten their teeth and freshen their breath. The ammonia in urine did have some antibacterial properties, but it also caused chemical burns and made breath smell even worse. Others used acids like vinegar or lemon juice to whiten their teeth. These acids dissolved tooth enamel, causing permanent damage and extreme sensitivity. Women's teeth would become so sensitive that they couldn't eat or drink anything hot or cold without excruciating pain. The diet of Victorian women contributed to their dental problems. Sugar was becoming more common and affordable, but there was no understanding of its role in tooth decay. Women consumed increasing amounts of sugar in the form of sweets, cakes, and sweetened tea, feeding the bacteria in their mouths and accelerating tooth decay. The bread that formed the staple of most Victorian diets was particularly damaging to teeth. It was often made with sand and grit from the grinding stones, which wore down teeth like sandpaper. By the time most Victorian women reached their 30s, their teeth were worn flat from years of chewing gritty bread. Tooth decay was universal and devastating. Most Victorian women had multiple cavities, abscesses, and infected teeth. The pain was constant and excruciating, but there was little that could be done about it. Pain relief consisted of alcohol, opium if you could afford it, or simply enduring the agony. When teeth became too painful or infected to bear, the only option was extraction. Victorian tooth extraction was performed without anesthesia by barbers, blacksmiths, or anyone else who was willing to try. The dentist would use crude pliers or forceps to yank the tooth out, often breaking it in the process and leaving infected fragments in the jaw. Many women died from tooth extractions. The trauma of the procedure, combined with the inevitable infection that followed, killed thousands of Victorian women. Those who survived were often left with shattered jaws, permanent nerve damage, and chronic pain. The loss of teeth had devastating social consequences. A woman with missing or blackened teeth was considered unmarriageable and unemployable. Many women became recluses, too ashamed of their appearance to leave their homes. Others wore crude dentures made from wood, ivory, or even teeth pulled from corpses. These early dentures were uncomfortable, ill-fitting, and often more trouble than they were worth. They caused constant pain, made eating difficult, and frequently fell out at inappropriate moments. The wealthy could afford dentures made from ivory or gold, but these were still primitive and uncomfortable. Some Victorian women tried to prevent tooth loss by tying their loose teeth to their healthy ones with thread or wire. This practice, called tooth splinting, often made the problem worse by spreading infection from diseased teeth to healthy ones. Women would walk around with their mouths full of thread and wire, unable to eat or speak properly. The breath of Victorian women was legendary in its foulness. The combination of rotting teeth, infected gums, and poor oral hygiene created breath so bad that it could clear a room. Women tried to mask the smell with strong perfumes, herbs, or alcohol, but nothing could completely hide the stench of decay. Gum disease was endemic among Victorian women. Their gums were swollen, bleeding, and infected, often receding so far that the roots of their teeth were exposed. The pain was constant, and eating became an ordeal of careful chewing and constant discomfort. Some women developed trench mouth, a severe form of gum disease that caused their gums to literally rot away. The smell was so bad that these women were often shunned by their families and communities. Many died from the systemic infections that resulted from the disease. The irony is that Victorian society placed enormous emphasis on women's appearance and refinement, but ignored the most basic aspects of health and hygiene. Women were expected to smile and be charming while their mouths were full of rotting teeth and infected gums. They were judged on their beauty while suffering from conditions that made them genuinely hideous. The dental nightmare of Victorian women wasn't just about pain and discomfort. It was about the systematic destruction of their health, their appearance, and their social standing. In a society that valued women primarily for their looks and their ability to please others, having bad teeth was a form of social death sentence. Now let's venture into the most private space of Victorian women's lives, the bedroom. If you thought their public hygiene was bad, what happened behind closed doors was infinitely worse. The Victorian bedroom wasn't a sanctuary of rest and cleanliness. It was a breeding ground for disease, parasites, and unspeakable filth. Victorian beds were not the clean, comfortable spaces we know today. The mattresses were stuffed with straw, horsehair, or feathers that were never cleaned or replaced. Over time, these materials became compressed, moldy, and infested with insects. The smell was overwhelming, a mixture of mildew, body odor, and decay that permeated the entire room. Bed sheets, when they existed at all, were changed infrequently. Wealthy families might change their sheets once a month. Poorer families might go months or even years without washing their bedding. The sheets absorbed sweat, blood, urine, and other bodily fluids, becoming stiff and discolored with accumulated filth. But the real horror was what lived in Victorian beds. Every bed was home to countless parasites, fleas, lice, bedbugs, and mites. These creatures fed on the sleeping occupants, leaving them covered in bites and rashes. The itching was constant and maddening, but scratching only made it worse, often leading to secondary infections. Bed bugs were particularly problematic. These blood-sucking insects hid in the mattress and bed frame during the day, emerging at night to feed on sleeping victims. Victorian women would wake up covered in bites, their sheets stained with blood from the feeding insects. The bugs multiplied rapidly, and once a bed was infested, it was nearly impossible to get rid of them. Some Victorian women tried to combat the bug problem by sprinkling their beds with various powders and potions. Mercury was a popular choice despite its toxicity. Women would dust their mattresses with mercury powder, not realizing they were slowly poisoning themselves with every breath they took while sleeping. Others used arsenic-based powders, believing they would kill the insects. These poisons did kill some bugs, but they also made the women sick. Many Victorian women suffered from chronic poisoning, from the very substances they used to try to make their beds more comfortable. The bedroom air was thick and stifling. Windows were kept closed to prevent bad air from entering, and heavy curtains blocked out light and ventilation. The result was a stagnant, oxygen-poor environment that bred bacteria and disease. Many Victorian women suffered from respiratory problems that were directly caused by the poor air quality in their bedrooms. Chamber pots were kept under the bed or in bedroom corners, adding to the foul atmosphere. These pots were emptied infrequently and cleaned even less often. The smell of urine and feces was a constant presence in Victorian bedrooms, masked only by heavy perfumes that made the air even more oppressive. The bedroom floors were often bare wood or covered with rugs that were never cleaned. These surfaces accumulated dust, hair, dead skin, and insect debris. Women would walk barefoot on these filthy floors, picking up bacteria and parasites that they then carried into their beds. Personal hygiene items, when they existed, were primitive and unsanitary. Wash basins were shared among family members and rarely cleaned properly. The same water might be used by multiple people, spreading bacteria and disease. Towels were coarse and infrequently washed, becoming repositories of germs and filth. Victorian women often shared beds with family members, servants, or guests. Privacy was a luxury that few could afford, and personal space was virtually non-existent. This close contact facilitated the spread of diseases, parasites, and infections. Entire families would be wiped out by diseases that spread from person to person in the cramped, unsanitary sleeping arrangements. The bedtime routine itself was a study in poor hygiene. Victorian women rarely changed their clothes before bed, sleeping in the same garments they had worn all day. These clothes were saturated with sweat, dirt, and the accumulated grime of daily life. The fabric rubbed against their skin all night, causing irritation and spreading bacteria. Many Victorian women slept in their corsets, unable or unwilling to remove the complex lacings without help. The corsets cut off circulation, caused pressure sores, and trapped moisture against the skin. Women would wake up with deep red marks and sometimes open wounds where the stays had pressed into their flesh all night. The lack of proper ventilation in bedrooms created perfect conditions for tuberculosis and other respiratory diseases. Entire families would contract TB from sharing the same stale, infected air night after night. The disease spread rapidly in the close quarters, often killing multiple family members within months of the first infection. Pregnancy and childbirth in these conditions were nightmarish. Victorian women gave birth in the same filthy beds where they slept, surrounded by the same parasites and bacteria. There was no understanding of sterile conditions or the need for cleanliness during delivery. Many women died from infections contracted during childbirth, not from complications of the birth itself, but from the unsanitary conditions. Newborn babies were placed in the same contaminated beds as their mothers, exposed to all the same health hazards from their first moments of life. Infant mortality rates were staggering, with many babies dying from infections and diseases that could have been prevented with basic hygiene. The bedroom was also where Victorian women dealt with their most intimate health problems. Vaginal infections, urinary tract infections, and other gynecological issues were treated with home remedies that often made the problems worse. Women would douche with vinegar, alcohol, or even mercury solutions, causing chemical burns and disrupting their natural bacterial balance. Menstrual blood soaked into mattresses and bedding, creating permanent stains and breeding grounds for bacteria. The smell was overwhelming, but it was considered normal and unavoidable. Women learned to live with the constant odor of old blood and infection, masking it with perfumes that only made the air more oppressive. Sleep itself was often elusive in these conditions. The constant itching from insect bites, the pain from infected wounds and pressure sores, the difficulty breathing in the stale air, and the overwhelming smells made restful sleep nearly impossible. Victorian women were chronically exhausted, not just from their demanding daily routines, but from their inability to get proper rest. The psychological impact of living in such conditions was enormous. Women developed anxiety, depression, and other mental health problems from the constant discomfort and stress of their living conditions. But these psychological symptoms were attributed to female hysteria, rather than the very real environmental factors that caused them. Some Victorian women tried to escape the bedroom horrors by sleeping in other parts of the house, on sofas, in chairs, or even on the floor, but these alternatives were often just as unsanitary and uncomfortable. There was no escape from the filth and disease that permeated every aspect of Victorian domestic life. The bedroom, which should have been a place of rest and recovery, became instead a nightly ordeal of discomfort, disease, and despair. Victorian women went to bed each night knowing they would wake up more tired, more infected, and more miserable than when they lay down. The very act of sleeping became another form of suffering in lives already filled with pain and hardship. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Victorian women's hygiene wasn't the filth itself, but the elaborate social conspiracy that surrounded it. Everyone knew the truth, the smells, the diseases, the infections, but no one was allowed to speak of it. This silence wasn't just social politeness, it was a systematic denial of reality that made the suffering infinitely worse. In Victorian society, acknowledging bodily functions was considered the height of vulgarity. Women were supposed to be ethereal beings, untouched by the messy realities of human biology. To admit that they sweated, menstruated, or suffered from infections was to shatter the carefully constructed illusion of feminine purity. This conspiracy of silence started in childhood. Young girls received no education about their bodies, their hygiene needs, or what to expect as they matured. When they began menstruating, many thought they were dying. When they developed infections, they had no words to describe their symptoms or seek help. They suffered in ignorance and shame, believing their problems were unique and shameful. Mothers couldn't discuss these topics with their daughters without violating social taboos. The most a mother might do was hand her daughter some rags when she started menstruating, with perhaps a whispered, "You'll figure it out." There was no explanation, no guidance, no preparation for the realities of womanhood. The medical establishment reinforced this silence.
I'm beginning to think that the Victorian age, they were a bunch of weirdos, weren't they? I mean, Jesus Christ. How did these people survive? Well, how come babies survived? I mean, it's unbelievable to think of what he's just said, that women used to have to put up with, and you weren't allowed to actually say that to another woman even, "Oh yeah, I got my period," because it was seen as disgusting to even mention it, let alone the infections and everything else that went on. And then if they didn't go and put lead on their faces along with arsenic, I mean, what is that all about? Yet we are meant to believe that the Victorian age was the age of empire and everything that's good and everything that's great. And yet look at the way the women were treated. Look at the way women were meant to be, for no other reason than for the way they looked. And apart from hygiene and us knowing now what's poisonous, blah blah blah, not a lot has changed. It's like, still, you're expected to look a certain way. You're expected to be a certain way if you're a woman. So it has changed. Yeah, it has changed. But has it really? See what I'm saying? It's changed in some ways. I mean, yes, but in other ways, it's still that battle, isn't it, for the woman to try and stay as young as she could possibly be. I mean, women now inject themselves with what they know is poison and Botox. It's like we won't learn. It's like we never learn. Oh, well, Botox makes you look a bit younger. Let's get some injections of that, because that's good. I don't know so much. Have we really learned that much? Because they were putting lead on their face, and today women are having Botox injections, which they know, I'm not quite sure what kind of poison, but it is poisonous, but they still get them so they don't have any wrinkles, and they could have these big like fat lips and things like that. All in the name of beauty, I guess. That's all I can think of. All in the name of beauty. It's Donna saying, I only have Botox, sorry, for the left side. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I get that for medical reasons. Fillers are worse. Yes, I mean, women actually, it's like concrete city, isn't it? These days they wear so much makeup. It is like a different world. It's like entering a world and watching these women who look perfectly normal put on this face, right, that is so many layers deep that by the time they finished applying the makeup, they don't resemble the person that they are. They resemble somebody else. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? I mean, have we really learned? Women, I mean, in Victorian times, like I said, it was lead and arsenic. These times, it's Botox, fillers, that much makeup that you don't resemble the person that you really are. Fake hair, fake nails, fake everything. I mean, pretty soon, no doubt, that in the shops, you'll be able to go to the shop and buy a fake face mask. and just put the bloody face mask on, yeah? And that'll be you for the night. The makeup won't be needed because it'll be in this face mask that you can put on your bloody face, attach it somehow. Maybe it'll be sticky and I don't know. And yeah, you can go out for the night looking with your face mask on, which won't resemble anything like the person that you are underneath. It's so funny that we get rid of one set of stuff that's bad for us. And I'm talking about the beauty thing here, only to start and replace it with something. It's not bad. Some of it's not bad for us, but it's literally changing the way you look. But I'm a firm believer that one day you'll be able to nip down to Tesco's and buy, have a choice of different face masks. And I don't mean like the face masks we're used to today, which is meant to cleanse your skin. I mean, literally a face mask that will fit onto your face and will have like rouge on it, lipstick on it, eyeshadow on it, everything you want on it. And yeah, like I said, that'll do for the night. That's my opinion. That's what I think they will do. Without a doubt, that's where we're heading. Because I know I've mentioned it before on other channels. When I used to get forced, and I always call it when I used to get forced to watch that silly bloody program called Love Island with my daughter-in-law, I remember saying to her, they all look the same. They've all got this fake hair. They've all got these long fake nails, fake eyelashes, so much makeup on, they don't resemble anything what they look like when they take the makeup off. Big lips. It's bloody ridiculous. Why can't what's wrong with just being natural for a little bit, or just wearing a normal amount of makeup? What is this? We've got to actually change the way we are about. But yeah, I predict, one day, the first face mask. Yeah. Oh, get me a face mask way out. I feel like looking like Marilyn Monroe tonight. So you can get me that while you're out. Or I feel like looking like Billie Eilish tonight. Get me a face mask of her and I can wear that when I'm out tonight. Absolute madness. It really is. And as for the sanitary part of it, oh, well. Not a lot to say on that, is there, really? I mean, what can you actually say to that? I mean, I don't know when the first sanitary products were invented, but to think that women wore rags or nothing at all, it's hard to compute in your head, isn't it? Kind of thing. It's like, wow. At least we're lucky that way. But then there are still stupid women around. I bet many of you have read stories about women that get toxic shock. And I don't know how they manage it, right? Because I really don't know how they are able to manage this. They must be either very thick, very stupid, or very dirty, right? So it happened. I've read about it countless times, still happening with Tampax. Apparently they use a Tampax. They forget they've got a Tampax in, right? And put another one in. How in the name of God, as a woman, can you forget that you've put a Tampax in? It's always baffled me. And of course, because they've had this Tampax in for, say, 48 hours, it causes toxic shock because it's full of disease. It's dirty. And then to make it better, period. I forgot I had that. Right. I just stick another Tampax in, shoving the dirty Tampax even further into the body. How they do that, I don't know. It's beyond me. I don't know how, as a woman, I don't know how they can forget that they've got a Tampax in. It's always baffled me that, but it does happen. Oh, Victoria. The cotton woolly stuff breaks off too. I had that. It's horrific. Oh. No, all the ones I've read about, it hasn't been where they've been changing it. It's always been, the stories I've read about, it's always been where they've actually forgot that they put a Tampax in the first place. So then they just shove another one in. But like Victoria's pointed out, hers, bits of it have come off. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've never been a Tampax user, right? No. But I just don't know how women can forget that they've got them in. So, yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. But to think that women would literally not wear anything and just run around with that smell. Can you imagine? And you all know what smell I'm talking about, right? Oh, God. I mean, the women that are in the chat at the moment, I don't know if your mother ever said to you certain stupid things, right? Or your period started, right? Don't wash your hair. When my mother first told me not to wash my hair because my period had started, I fell about laughing. I don't know where. Well, it must have been what her mother had told her or something. But by the time it got to me, of course, I wasn't having that. I'd never heard nothing so stupid in all my life. But she was deadly serious, and I'd be in the shower, and she'd knock on the door and say, "You're not washing your hair, are you?" These old wives' tales, so you can see where they come from. And just think back in Victorian times, doctors actually warned women that washing too often was dangerous. Now, so I'm trying to figure that jigsaw puzzle out. Was that because they knew about, because cholera, you get cholera through dirty water and contaminated food and things like that? Was it because of that connection? Or was it the doctors, did the doctors know that the water was filthy kind of thing? Or were they of the mind that, getting washed too often was generally bad for you? I don't know. Don't cut your hair or nails on a Sabbath too. I was told that one. Yes, Teresa. Oh, God. The silly stuff they used to come out with. But yeah, that one about the hair. And the only good thing about it was that you always got, I mean, I did anyway. I used to get about, 2 days off school by mimicking, I got cramp, right? And when you went to school, I don't know about you ladies in the chat, but if you didn't want to do PE, all you had to have was a note off your mother saying you was on your period and you didn't have to do PE. I mean, you wouldn't get away with that these days because it's got nothing to do with physical exercise and all the rest of it. But back then, yeah. So you could get 2 days off school, and then when you go back to school, if you didn't want to do bloody PE, you didn't have to because you was on your period. So they were still a bit, yeah. It was all very strange even back then. And the only thing I'll agree with him about is I do believe that a period is a curse. I've always believed it, but a bigger curse, right? Us women, we don't get it easy. The biggest curse, more than a period, right? It's the fucking menopause. You think it's bad when you're going through your period every month, right? And you get premenstrual tension and all that. You wait, you hit the menopause. You're gonna wonder what the hell is going on. what's this? What's Victoria saying? Some countries still have things like not cutting nails in the house or after dark. Apparently it's to do with olden days, i.e. no light in the house and someone stand on the clipping, dangerous back then. Well, maybe, yeah. It all has a connection, doesn't it, back to the past. All of it has a connection back to the past. But, you know, I was the sort of woman, hated, dreaded, hated periods. Loved being pregnant because I didn't have to have a period. Adored being pregnant, but then as soon as the baby was born, now I'm back to periods again. I didn't think there could be anything worse than that, right? Because I used to get severe, Pete, what's it called again? I just said it, didn't I? Premenstrual tension. I used to get really bad premenstrual tension, right? So when I learned about this thing called the menopause that apparently you get as you're older, I literally couldn't wait for it to start. I couldn't think of anything better than the menopause, because the damn period would stop. And I thought, and then all the hormone changes will stop. Oh no. Give me back my period, you know, give me back that, because when the menopause comes, us poor women have a horrible, horrible time with hot flushes, forgetting what we're talking about halfway through a sentence, forgetting names. That's a favorite, isn't it? We can never remember names. Forgetting why you walked into a bloody room. When you're talking about your children, if you've got more than one, you know, you call out all the different names of your kids to get the right kid before you get to the right child. Putting things where you never used to put them, you know, and then it's a very strange, horrible, horrible sensations, the menopause. I do know that there's a like HRT, but I never bothered with that. I didn't say I haven't bothered with HRT because of its connection to breast cancer, so I'm not interested in that. I don't know whether it works neither. What was that? Forget what you're saying before you get to the third word of a sentence. Oh, very much, Victoria. You know, I can be having a conversation and I'll say, like you said, I'll say like the 3 words and I'll go, oh, and I know I forgot what I'm talking about. And I go, oh, look at that on the floor. It's like just to make people forget what I was saying. Yeah, because you can't remember it, you no matter. And the more you try to remember what you were damn well talking about, the less it's going to come back. And it's a horrible shock when you first start the menopause and it gradually comes upon you. And 1 minute you sat and your temperature's perfectly normal, and then the next minute you're running around stripping off, opening all the windows. Everyone else is freezing cold, but you're bloody opening everything, and you turning the heating down. You know, don't worry about the bloody heating bills. You don't need them when you're going through the menopause. And driving's another danger when you're going through the menopause. I was once driving somewhere. Where was I? I was going to my daughter's house. I shouldn't laugh, but I got to these set of lights. And I've been at these set of lights like, oh, I don't know, that many times. I can't count how many times, because obviously I've been to my daughter's house that many times. And I'm sat at these set of lights and it goes from red to amber So I get ready, you know, to move off. And just as I'm moving off, I think to myself, where am I and where am I going? It's just that split second thought. Where am I and where am I going? And then it's gone, you know, and you know where you are and you know where you're going. But it's terrifying. And it's frightening, because just for that split second, you don't actually know where you are or where you're going. And you're in charge of a bloody car. It's scary stuff, the menopause, I'm telling you. HRT can work, but you need to get the right combination for you individually. I did have to come off it because of breast cancer, but not because it was HRT. Oh, I see. You came off it because unfortunately you got that. And I guess being on HRT would have made it worse. Sorry to hear that, Victoria, but yeah, that's why I never bothered with it. And I also thought, well, my mother went, and I think women back then were stronger, right? Because my mother must have gone through the menopause, but I didn't know about it, right? I didn't know she'd gone through anything called the menopause, right? No one knew that she'd gone through the menopause. She hid it so well, whatever she was feeling, she hid so well. My God, when I started going through the menopause, everyone knew I was going through the menopause. I wasn't hiding it from no one. So that. But I think women back then were a bit stronger, maybe. I can't honestly remember her moaning about hot flushes or any of that, or forgetfulness. I'm sure she hid it very well. Us women, we don't have it easy. From our easy time, what I would call easy time, is from the minute we're born till the minute our period starts. Right? That's our, like, you know, our jolly time. Yeah. From the minute that thing starts, that's when, you know, everything starts changing in the body. Everything starts changing in your body. And that's when your personality can change as well. It's so strange. Yeah. What's Victoria saying? I think they just got on with it mainly because they had to. The war put pay to any feminine fussiness. Well, I never thought of that. But she, I'm sitting here now and I'm thinking, I just can't remember her ever sitting, like, throwing open all the windows and turning the heating off, or getting snappy or bad tempered, because that's another thing, isn't it, with the menopause? It makes you bad tempered, and well, it did me. I don't know about anyone else. Snappy, bad tempered, irritable. Where that saying, there's a saying, isn't it? Oh, the older you get, the more patient you get. That's absolute rubbish, right? The older you get, the less intolerant you become of things, I think, and people. I mean, of people, especially, because the people I would put up with 10, 15 years ago, there's no way I'd put up with them now. No. Fuck off. Get out. Go away from me. I think we become less intolerant. We don't become more patient. Definitely not. I think in the Victorian times, I think you would have been better off not living in a city, but living in the country. Because I can't imagine anyone living in the country back then wanting to put lead on their face, you know, the countryside, put lead on their face, and corsets on, because they was all natural, weren't they, in the countryside? So maybe you're better off living in the countryside than living in the towns and cities. Oh yeah, Baz. What program's that then? That's right up my street, right up my alley. Because on Channel 4, Baz, I can't see me wanting to watch anything that's on Channel 4. So if you'd like to write what's on Channel 4, I'll let you know whether it's yay or nay. Yeah. Channel 4 are very good at putting their biased videos, documentaries out. Oh, please. Baz. What? SAS, yeah, celebrity, please. I can't believe you think or thought that I'd watch that sort of crap. I've never watched it. I think I've watched, let me think about it. I've watched one episode. I thought, yeah, that's enough of that bullshit. No, I don't watch rubbish like that. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now. It's a program I avoid. I thought it used to be on BBC One. It must have moved to Channel 4. I don't know. But no, I don't watch such crap. Because it's not realistic, so I don't watch it. Yeah, well, you enjoy it. If you enjoy it, yeah. And you think it's realistic, but it's not. It's not realistic at all. Do you really think they're going to take chances with the celebrities and push them that hard? That, you know, no. It's all it's TV and it's fake. And yeah, I wouldn't give it the time of day. No, I just wouldn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, and another pet peeve of mine, right, is John Williams. Evening. Another pet peeve of mine, hair dye. Right? Now, if you want to dye your hair, please dye your hair, right? But do it properly. Go to the hairdressers and get it done properly. Stop buying the home stuff, right? Because you can tell it's fake. It's like everything else these days, it's fake. And that is a pet peeve of mine. I know it costs more going to the hairdressers, but you want it to look natural. So for God's sake, go to the professionals who know how to do it. Don't think you can turn into a Danny, I don't have Freeview catch up, love. That's everything I watch. I don't watch anything when other people watch it. I watch everything on catch up. The Sky, because Sky has catch up. Prime, well, you can watch anything you want on Prime. Then there's Netflix, you watch anything you want on that. And then there's the BBC iPlayer, watch anything on. I don't watch any TV when it's actually on, if you know what I mean, when a program's showing. The days of having to sit down at a certain time to watch a certain program has gone. I watch what I want, when I want. And I don't make any apologies for that. No. It's not. John Williams. It's nothing like real life, and it's a load of crap. Yeah, it's just training for TV. It's not live and cheap too. Give it a go. I don't watch live TV. No, Danny, I don't watch anything live. Nothing. What's the last thing I watched live now? Oh, yeah, once a year. Twice a year. Oh, no. A whole week. No, a whole fortnight. Yes, I'm guilty of watching Wimbledon live on the TV, but that's it. Apart from that, no. Wouldn't bother me. I like to watch things when I want to watch them, not when the TV says I've got to watch them. But I think there's a lot of people like that now. They watch what they want when they want. You know, I'm sure there's people that can remember when, you know, if they, like when Dallas was on, you had to be in, didn't you? You had to be in to see Dallas. Yeah. And if you weren't in and you missed it, well, that was it. You fucking missed it. And you had to wait till the next week to see a whole week to see the next episode. Yeah. I won't watch a series now if I can't see it all at once. Oh, God. Imagine you used to like series like Dallas and things, right? We used to have to wait week by week for episode by episode. And we did, you know, we did. But now, we're not prepared now, no. It's got to be the whole series all at once, or we're not watching it. Oh, God. What was some other programs as well? There were so many of them, wasn't there? There was Knots Landing and Falcon Crest, and yeah, there was a lot of different things that you had to be in to watch. Well, I considered important enough to have to be in to watch, but not anymore. Yeah, so bars, you know, the fakery that's going around that you know, you should know better than to think that that's real. It's not real. It's fake, right? And that's how they delude people like you, Baz. That's how they get at people like you, because you think it's real. So as soft as they're being on these celebrities, you know, you think that's the way they really are. And it's nothing like that. It's bullshit is what it is, right? Yeah. Back to the old menopause, yeah. Because like I can be sat here thinking something, then I'll get up, I don't know, go into the bedrooms, I don't know, for some whatever. And I'll think, what was I thinking? I can't remember what I was thinking about. What was I thinking? It is so irritating. It does my fucking head in. I mean, I literally got to the stage where I thought, have I got early onset dementia here or what? But it makes you feel like that because you think you know what you're talking about, and all of a sudden, halfway through, what was I saying? Who was I talking to? Yeah. Us women are really hard, I think. Men, they have it easy. Yeah, they have a little bit of a midlife crisis, don't they? And once they get over that, well, they're over it. They forget it. We're punished from the minute we start our periods. That's it. It starts then. It doesn't fucking end. You know, because I'm gonna have a baby, and God, you know, God forbid, you have a baby, and then they're not even, you know, the laws say that we can't be left alone after that. Neither you can end up with postnatal depression, all kinds of stuff. Was anything ever made for a woman so that it runs smoothly? I'm beginning to think it don't. It doesn't. Who's that?
It's
Hello?
me. It's me.
Oh, no. Yeah,
I'm so glad
here.
I'm glad you're doing a normal stream.
I'm so tired of the crap. I'm so tired of the crap tubes. I really am.
It's just regurgitating, isn't it? Going round and round and round and round and round. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you get rid of your stalker?
Oh, yes. Yes, I got rid of whoever it was, because I'm not quite sure even now who it was, Dupes, to be honest, love. It could have been, well, like you pointed out, because I didn't realise it could have been anybody. Couldn't it really?
Yeah, who's been listening to you?
Yeah. I didn't realise that till you pointed that out to me. And once it got pointed out, I thought, just block on everything. So, yeah, got rid of it. Very strange behaviour. Really weird.
Yeah. Well, I've got an idea I've got an idea what I think it might be, but I'll talk to you in private on that one. Yeah, go on, Ben. Anyway,
the menopause. Don't you agree that it's an absolute pig? It's awful.
Yeah, I did suffer for a little while because I was having I got these shoulder problems that I didn't realise were connected until I spoke to a doctor, and I did have the hot flushes, but I'm better now for a little while. I haven't had it for about a good 10 months. So
touch wood.
But the problem with menopause, it can come back at any time.
Well, this is why I'm saying touch wood, because like you can be 6 months free and then boom, it hits you again.
But the hot flushes, oh God. Yeah,
awful,
I hated that because you're hot, you can't sleep. And then the next minute you're fucking freezing, you need the blankets. Then you're hot. It's annoying. It's like an irritant, isn't it? You're up and down, up and down. And then, and when I had the arms as well with the hot flushes, that was really bad. Because at one point I couldn't get either of my arms above my head. I'm back to normal now. But it was all connected apparently. And then I had that, and then this time last year, didn't I had that little scare because I found that.
Oh yeah.
So it was no, but that was all down to it as well. Apparently, it's weird, isn't it?
Oh, so right. So whatever it was connected to like your lymph, the little nodules inside the breast, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, they said the hot flushes caused my sweat glands to enlarge, and then they were rubbing on each other, which then created the appearance of a lump. You know, you could feel it, and that's what it was all down to. It's gone now, completely gone.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's scary though when you find it, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially around the breast area, because you think, oh my God, this is going to be cancer. But the doctor did say to me, when I went initially, the doctor did say, look, there is a lump there, but I don't think it's cancerous because it wasn't, apparently with cancer, and I don't know, I've never had cancer, but apparently with cancer, it's really hard. The lumps are really hard. They're more harder.
I don't know, love.
But he said it's not really hard. Like it doesn't feel like cancer. He said, but I can't tell you it's categorically not. Obviously, he's got to cover his back. And then when I went, but you still think, even though when they tell you that, you still think, oh yeah, they just got to say that though, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah. Once it's in your head, until you've got the all clear kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I had to go and have a mammogram. I had that, and of course the lump showed up because it was there. And so then I had to have the what do they call it when they do the scan? There's a certain name for it.
Oh, an MRI.
Yeah. So then I had that, and that's when they worked out. No, it is there. It's two inflamed sweat glands. That's all it was.
Oh, right.
And yeah, and it's gone now. They said it would go, and it's gone.
Yeah, you think once you hit the menopause, oh great, no more PIFA. It's the start of hell. That's what it is. I hate it.
Well, it's annoying because there's so many things that you can get with it. Like you can get cramps in the legs, you can get forgetfulness. Some people have their hair fall out, Wendy. Fucked out. I'm glad that never happened to me. But,
no, it hasn't happened to me neither. No.
But yeah, there's loads of stuff connected with it. I didn't realise just how much stuff. I don't think they talk enough about it, to be honest.
They don't. They don't. As a woman, you don't know enough about it or what to expect, because it's not, like you said, it's not spoken about enough. Because it's horrible. The changes in you as a woman. It changes a lot of things, Dupes.
Yeah.
And forgetfulness, well.
And the word muddles, yeah. I've always had an element of that, especially with kids' names. But now it's a lot worse. It's a lot worse. I'll hear a stream back and I think, no, I've said the wrong name now, or I've said the wrong place now. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I've heard you when you're doing your streams sometimes, and you'll be thinking of a name, and I've been able to think of it before you. So I'll type it in the chat, thinking I hope she sees it. Do you know what I mean? Because I know what's happening. It's awful.
Yeah.
Have you got to the stage yet where you've walked into a room and you don't know what you've gone in there for?
Yeah. Yeah. Wendy, I've done this. I've gone upstairs to do one thing, gone up there, can't remember what it is, thought, oh yeah, I know what it was. Done something completely different. Come down about 2 hours later, thought, that's not even what I went up there for. I remember now. It's madness. Absolute madness. But you sort of like get used to it, and you learn to sort of like move on from it, don't you? You just live with it. Got no choice.
Oh yeah, you just got to get on with it. But I can't. I was saying earlier, I don't know about your mum, because your mum's still alive, isn't she? So I can't remember my mother ever showing any signs of going through the menopause. She will have done, but I think they hid it better then.
So my mum never used to like the heat. I think that was all down to it. I think I've never sat her down and discussed it with her. Really, I should ask her.
What I mean is, did you ever see any, like, the irritability that comes with it? Did you ever see any of that with your mum?
Well, my mum's always been a bit of an irritable person anyway.
Oh.
No, seriously, Wendy, so I wouldn't be able to tell, because she was always the kind of person that, how can I put it? I don't know why she had 5 kids. My mum just used to love to sit and read. But so she'd get irritated by anything. I was talking to my sister the other day about the rules that my mum and dad had in the house. When we think about it, there was loads of rules. I don't know anybody that has these kind of rules anymore. Right, so first of all, we weren't allowed our friends to knock at the door. Okay? We weren't allowed phone calls.
Oh.
We had to be fully dressed before we came down for breakfast. You weren't allowed to come down in your night clothes or to be seen in your night clothes in the house. We weren't allowed to wear nail varnish. My dad had this thing about nail varnish. You couldn't wear nail varnish. He thought that only whores wore nail varnish. What else? Because my dad worked shifts as an engineer, we weren't allowed to put a washing machine on or have a bath. God knows why. Have a bath if my dad was in bed, because if he was in bed, you
can't wake them. No.
So you weren't allowed to have a bath. You had to do a strip down wash instead. Only on the days that he weren't in bed was we allowed to have a bath, right? Yeah, loads of stuff. Oh, we because my mum had a part-time job as well, and I was the eldest. The minute we got home from school, I had to look after my disabled brother. I was in charge of him because my dad would still be at work. I had a list left on the side for set times, like it would be the potatoes are peeled, put them on at this time. You know, the meat pie's got to go in the oven for this long at this temperature. I mean, that's how I basically learned to cook, really, because I took over the housewife duties. And I had to look after all my younger siblings, but they also had duties as well. It would be like one sister had to hoover, the other sister had to go up and make sure all the beds were made. The other sister had to do this. Do you know what I mean? So we were kind of a bit like servants, right?
Yeah.
Then my mum would come home. She'd finish off the cooking, dish up the dinner, and then it was down to us to do the washing up, put the plates away and dry up, sweep the kitchen floor and set the table for the next day. So, yeah, it's mad, isn't it? We had loads of rules, loads and loads of them. Oh, we had a TV in the bedroom, but we only had 1 hour of TV to choose what we were going to watch.
1 hour?
Yep. My mum and dad were really strict, Wendy. Really strict and very temperamental as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So
you wouldn't think it, the gobby cow that I am, would you? But the thing is, as me and my sister were saying yesterday, and we were laughing about it, to our family and within the wider family, we were the most well-behaved kids ever. But outside the house, we were murder. Because
yeah.
My mum and dad were very opinionated, so we learnt their opinions, right, to be outspoken and stuff. And the one thing with my dad believed that he could tell us off for fucking literally anything. I mean, back then, you know, people did get smacked by their parents, and my dad did smack us, right? He did smack us. And, you know, so there was a level of fear within the household. Respect, love, but fear as well. And
well, of course, yeah. But
he was allowed to tell us off for anything. My mum was allowed to tell us off for anything, but no one else was.
Yeah.
So we could be really badly behaved when we're out of sight of adults, you know, to other adults. I don't know. Say we went out to play and we kicked a ball and it went in someone's garden and they came out and had a go at us. We could get really mouthy and lippy. If that person went round to complain to my dad would knock them out.
Oh, right, I see. Yes, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but within the house, he would expect that. But if he'd have told us, listen, you're going out with that football, make sure it don't go in anyone's garden, and then he found out it went in someone's garden, then we'd broken the rule. Then we were in problem. You see the hypocrisy of it? As Danny says, walking on eggshells, yeah. I think, Wendy, that's why I'm so resilient. I mean, I'm not 100% resilient. No one is, right? I know that people have built up persona on here that I don't care about nothing. I mean, you do know that I do.
I know.
I do care about quite a bit, but I think that's why I'm resilient to name calling and stuff.
Yeah, probably. You know, you meant, because I'm a bit like this hour TV thing.
Yeah.
What would you do for the rest of the night?
Homework. We had to do our homework after doing the chores, obviously.
Oh
do
yeah.
homework, and then talk in our bedroom in whispered tones, maybe, you know, when we were young enough, colouring in. But as we got older, just basically talking amongst ourselves. Yeah.
God, I had it easy then. Jeez.
You know.
But then everyone has a different experience of childhood and growing up, and probably did you good in the long run, to be honest, Tubes.
Some of it, some of it.
Didn't do you any harm, put it that way.
Yeah, well, I don't hold no grudges, but there are some things that I wouldn't have done when I look back. But, you know, I'm not somebody for slacking off my parents. You know, like when people hold on to trauma and then they go,
Oh,
oh
God,
yeah, and all that. I'm not somebody like that.
Well, no, because it's not fair to your mum, and your dad's not here to defend himself either. So
Yeah,
I don't know why people want to live in the past trauma anyway of anything that went wrong when you were a kid, really.
Yeah, and I do think that adults have a. I think adults have a habit of, or the ones that hold on to the trauma, of only looking at the negatives. When I look back, my mum, even though my mum and dad were like that and they had their funny, quirky ways, there was a lot of things that I had that a lot of other people didn't have, and I didn't realise that until I came on here. So, I mean, for example, because my dad worked for the Daily Mirror as an engineer, we had Christmas do's every year, big, massive Christmas parties that a Father Christmas used to come to in the Royal Albert Hall. That came with his works do. Every year we went to 2 or 3 pantomimes every year at the beginning of the year, and that would be because one would be held with his workplace, another one would be held with like through a rosary club that my grandparents was involved with, and then there was another one that my other set of grandparents was with the British Legion, so they would do things for grandchildren as well. Do you know what I mean? For kids that were associated with them. So we went away on that. We often went away on day trips, family day trips. Then
I remember doing them.
Yeah, with big groups of people. But even when you pulled that back from that was just through that kind of lifestyle. My grandparents on both sides owned their own caravans at different sites. My mum and dad owned a caravan at their own site. So for the 6 weeks, we literally went and moved to a caravan site and would go visit our grandparents at different sites. A lot of weekends we went away. You know, I got to see the ballet. I went to the ballet with aunts and uncles that my parents paid for. You know, all these things that a lot of people never ever got. I don't want to use the word cultured into them, but I have seen things that a lot of people have never really had the experience of until they paid for it themselves as adults.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I had that as a young child. And even though we did go through the 70s where everything weren't working, you know, the bin collections, the water, the electric. Do you remember the electric going off, Wendy?
Yeah, of course I do.
The blackouts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though we went through that, and I felt at the time that it was a horrible time because where my mum and dad had 5 children, you know, we did kind of have to pull back monetarily. When I listened to other people's experience, even then we had a reasonable level of living, you know.
So, I remember those bloody blackouts. 3-4 hours wasn't unusual, was it, for the electric to be out?
But I think it was an experience worth having. When I look back, I mean, the first time it happened, I remember me and my sisters all screaming.
Yeah, what, because you were clunging to darkness?
Yeah, in the middle of the night, you know. We was all screaming and, oh, it's awful. There was another time that it went out during the daytime, so no one could have tea, and back then tea was everything, weren't it? You
Yeah.
think about that.
Yeah.
You know, no one could have a cup of tea, and it was a big sort of like thing. Oh, we've got no tea. We can't have a cup of tea. No one can have a cup of tea. Oh, you're going to have to drink orange juice. Oh, but I don't want orange juice. I want a cup of tea.
I know.
You know, yeah, it's really weird. And also, growing up, I mean, it's not there now, but after we moved from the East End, which I still remember, but as a child, some things, it's really weird because I was talking to my mum about this. I went on to, you know, when you're bored, I went on to the world maps, and I thought, let me go and see if I can trace where I used to live as a child. See how
Oh, right.
years.
Yeah.
And I found where our house was and that. And when my mum come over, I said, Mum, I just want to check because, you know, like they've rebuilt all over the East End and they've put like masonettes and new housing, which is shit.
Yeah.
I said, I just want to check that this is the right road. So I walked it with her on the map. I said, that is where we used to live, isn't it? She said, yeah. And funny enough, out of all the places, even though they brought down the house, right, where we used to live, it was a 2 up, 2 down, old Victorian type. They've never ever rebuilt on that particular part. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah. My mum was annoyed. My mum made me laugh because she never owned that house. That house was I don't know, it wasn't a council rental. It was from somebody else. They used to do it different. She was explaining to me, but I can't remember how she explained it now. But but she was annoyed. She went, they knocked that house down and they ain't rebuilt it. She went, well, what was the point in that? She went, that's disgusting. They should have left it there. She was really angry. But yeah, I remember that. I mean, that was a big house with that. It was a 2 up, 2 down, but you walked in and you had a big room to your right, and then you went straight on, and then you had stairs that kind of curved upwards in the middle of the house, and then to the right of that you'd walk round the back of the first room and into the kitchen, if you know what I mean. And then you'd have a kitchen, and then from the kitchen you'd have well, I say kitchen, it was more like a sitting room, like a dining room, and then with a fireplace. And then from there you went on into the kitchen, and then the door would be outside to the outside, because it had an outside toilet. When I first grew up, I had an outside toilet, and I can remember actually being taken to the outside toilet because I hated it. I hated it because of the spiders. I can remember that. It's funny what memories you have, isn't it? Go on.
It is, isn't it? Oh, right. You had one of them then. Oh. I remember visiting friends who had an outside toilet, and I used to stand there going, and you're right, there used to be spiders in there, didn't there?
Yeah. I remember one time I came out the toilet and I was running so fast to get away from a spider, right? This is funny, that I trod on a rake that mum had left when she was raking the garden up by the side of it, up by the side of the house. And as I trod on the rake then hit me on the head. Yeah. And I can remember crying my eyes out. And I remember, the reason I remember is because it caused a quarrel between my mum and dad, because my dad was like, you fucking left the rake down, now she's hit herself on the head. And I must have only been about 2 or 3. But I can remember it. And I can remember my mum going, but I didn't put it there for her to do that. How did I know she was going to walk into the rake? You know.
Those rakes are very good at, like, you trod on it, and it's very good at, like, coming right at you. Doesn't it? I don't know why it does it. It's so streamlined. It just comes right at you, never goes anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, I think I just got it at the right angle, and it just comes straight up and smacked me on the forehead. But I was only sort of like 2 or 3, and I can remember. It's weird the things that you remember, Wendy, because you have only intermittent memory, don't you? Because as you get older, you know, a lot of the stuff goes. But my dad, he used to jump over the back wall when he come home from work. So I can remember me and my mum and my sister, well, 2 of my sisters. My mum was holding the baby at the time, like third child, in her arms. And me and my sister as toddlers waiting in the garden around the time my dad was going to get off the bus and jump over the back wall, because it was walled gardens then,
Oh, okay.
to come home, you know, rather than walking all the way around the
Yeah,
streets.
yeah.
I can remember us doing that, and my dad coming over the wall and us sort of like, yay, daddy's home. I can remember. I mean, why you hold on to these random memories, I don't know,
I
because
know.
they're not even significant.
No.
I can remember my dad and mum making salad for our evening tea, and my dad trying to teach me to say tomatoes because I would say tomatoes.
Mm.
And I can remember him saying, no, it's tomatoes, say tomatoes.
Yeah.
You know?
Good girl.
Yeah. And God, when I worked out the ages of my mum, she said, oh my gosh, she said, you're going back to when you was like 2.5. You know, because I would say to her, you know, I would visually tell her what I could remember, and she'd go, my God, you was about 2.5 then. You know, so to have a memory that goes back that far.
Yeah, but it's like you said, it's only intermittent things. You won't be able to remember it day by day. It's just certain things that have stuck that you can remember. Do you know what I mean? Like your dad jumping over the wall and the tomato thing.
Yeah.
Then you probably have to jump a few more years for your next memory, maybe when you were 5 or something.
Yeah, that's how it is, isn't it? It's weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, from there, then we moved to the Ferrier estate, and that was really good because on the Ferrier estate, you know, there was big greens outside that I could suddenly, because I remember when I lived in the East End, okay, where we lived, there was like a little pavement, and then there was road, and then another row of houses with a little pavement. But remember, cars weren't as many as there are today.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum and dad did know some unusual people, though, when I look back, Wendy, because, and I've never discussed this with my mum and dad, the woman that my mum was really friendly with, and I knew this because she stayed friendly with her over the years as well, her husband and that used to own a big nightclub, and they used to have strippers. Listen to this. They used to have strippers that they employed. I never ever see them naked, right? No. All these women that they had and knew, I always saw fully clothed. I knew them by name and stuff, but they were this woman's staff. And it wasn't until years later that I realised a lot of these people that my mum used to gossip with and a friend used to gossip with were actually the strippers from the strip club. From the
bloody hell.
Do you know what I mean? Which is kind of weird, isn't it? But she had a lovely house as well, that woman. She knocked her, where she had the kitchen into the front, into the dining room into the kitchen. She'd knocked it down. And I can remember her having a conversation with my mum. My mum laughs about this now. I said, do you remember when she come round and told us that the rent collector was coming round for the rent and they'd knocked the wall down, so they'd put this big Persian rug up on the wall so they didn't know that it was a knock through. And my mum was like, bloody hell, I can't believe you remember all that. But I must have been a 2-year-old sitting there listening to all this.
Taking it all in. Yeah.
Yeah, she said, that's so true. She said she did do that. I said, yeah, I remember her telling you that she was that she hid it from the rent collector because if she would have been in trouble, they're not allowed to do it.
Yeah. Oh, so they stuck the rug up so they couldn't. I get it. Yeah.
But she had a beautiful house, antiques and everything. Great big Persian rug she had hanging over the thing when they came round. But then that would come off and be rolled up when they weren't around, the rent collector. Yeah. I remember that woman took me to the zoo, and I fell in love, Wendy, with monkeys and parrots. Because I remember her and her husband took me and my sister out for the day to the zoo because they were like an adopted auntie, this woman who was really friendly with my mum. And because at the time I think she thought she couldn't have kids, but she had them a lot later in life.
Oh, right.
And I can remember that there's this parrot. I had pictures taken with this parrot. I've got pictures of it as well. But But it was the monkey, this little monkey. And for years, I wanted my own monkey. You know, the tiny little ones that you see with the
Yeah, I know which one.
organ grinders.
Yeah.
The really tight. I fell in love with it because I could feed it and everything else. And it took a liking to me, and it sat on my shoulder for a good sort of like, I don't know, I suppose for me it was a lifetime, but it was probably only about 30 minutes, weren't it, as a kid? But it was so sweet and tender. But for years, my mum and dad used to ask me what I want for Christmas, and I'd say, can I have a monkey? Can I have a monkey this year?
Yes, okay then.
Luckily for them, I grew out of it. Can you imagine if I still carried on?
God.
They would have probably have to give in, you know.
Oh, can you imagine that? Because they're not like what you see in the zoo. I really.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
And that's what I'm saying, Wendy. In some ways, my parents were really strict. In other ways, they really spoilt us, you know.
Yeah.
Because apart from that monkey, anything we asked for Christmas, we got. And how they managed it, I don't know. We always
I don't know. I don't know how mine managed it neither. No.
You know, we always had good Christmases. And my mum, she was trained as a seamstress, although she didn't end up in that career. So she could make anything from dolls to teddy bears, dresses.
That's a good skill to have, isn't it?
Yeah. Although one of my sister's main criticisms is, why didn't she make us clothes all the time? You know, my sister says, no, she could have made us better clothes than she bought us. But I suppose it was having the time as well to do it, isn't it? When you've got 5 kids.
Yeah, and getting the material and everything else. Yeah, and running the house and looking after 5 kids. Yeah, maybe she didn't have the time.
But she made all my sister's wedding dresses, and you would never know that they weren't shop bought.
Well, there you go.
She didn't make mine because I insisted on a dress that I wanted, and she said, I'll never have time to make that. You'd be better off buying it. So, because I had them for the first wedding that I had, because it was more of a lacy thing and everything. But yeah. But
just getting off subject for a minute. Have you seen that latest ice shooting?
Yeah, I haven't looked into all the details of it, Wendy, but apparently it looks like they shot an unarmed man in it.
Wow. I mean, I've looked at it, and unlike the one with the woman, I haven't seen anything that constituted that guy to shoot the guy lying on the floor 9 times.
Mad, isn't it? Why do you think they done it? What happened before the shooting? What was the altercation about? What happened?
Well, they were out blowing their whistles and banging. You know, the way they like to get in the way of the ICE people doing their job. And this 37-year-old guy, who apparently was a nurse, he was, you know, out doing his bit, you know, recording them in their faces. You know, what we see here, really, where they get right into your face and they're coming out with things. And I think that he got shot out of pure frustration, you know, because he's literally, they push him to the ground and they claim he had a gun, right? I never saw no gun. Right. But they claim he had a gun, but I didn't see any gun. And they push him to the ground. There's about 5 or 6 officers around him. And then one of them decides to pull out his fucking weapon and shoots him about 9 times.
Oh, well, they'll have to have an inquiry, innit? And if he has done, if that officer's gone mad and committed manslaughter or murder, well, it'd be manslaughter, wouldn't it? Because it wasn't premeditated, I suppose. He's got to do his time then, hasn't he?
Now, the report I watched, you know, they were saying, oh, these ICE officers need to understand that it's not illegal for them to get recorded. No, it's not. But people need to understand also that the far left over there, right, in America, they record these ICE officers' dupes, right? And what they do is they find out their names and they go to their homes when they're not there and they terrorize the families.
Wendy, what they've got going on out there at the moment is the start of the civil war, because it's actually getting into, and at the moment it's on the side of the authorities. But there will be, well, you've already seen Charlie Kirk. I know people have got a conspiracy that was all down to the Jews and everything. I don't believe that myself.
No,
I think it's straight up. I think it's straight up what you see right in front of your face, which is civil war and two ideologies that are actually entering into what could become wide scale. My problem is with this, I don't want it spilling out on the streets in America, into the streets, into the houses. At the moment, I know this sounds really terrible. It's almost like they've got the battleground. But it could actually, and this is what people are not looking at, begin to spread into the civilization or mainstream civilization. And if that happens, God only knows what will happen. Because I can see similar things happening here, Wendy, if they were to...
Oh, definitely, 100%, yeah.
Go down the lines of Steve Laws, for example, which I don't think that this country would, by the way. But I could see a similar thing happening here. And I think here, it would probably get to the street a lot quicker as well.
Well,
I don't think it would reserve to the battleground. I think it would go to the streets quicker here if it happened here.
All right, so let's have a look at this video, Jupes. Oh,
earlier slammed all donut streets and had cell phone out recording, but then we're not sure what led up to the interaction at that moment between agents and the people that he appeared to be with.
Right, he seems to be in the street through. Why I don't really know.
Remove the comment, Wendy, because if they show us anything,
shot and killed. That is the man has been identified as an ICU nurse who was shot and killed. The mayor saying he did have a permit to carry that weapon, at least a weapon. But that is the man who has now been identified by his family as Alex Pretty, who is deceased after this morning's shooting by Border Patrol there at 26th and Nicollet.
And we do have available on Zoom right now Rob Dorr, the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center, to talk about use of force issues and his assessment of some of these cases that we have been following. Rob, thank you so much for joining us. This is now the third federal agent involved shooting in Minneapolis as a result of Operation Surge. We had Renee Good January 7th. There.
His arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground. And then then you see the agent in the gray coat there who doesn't have a firearm in his hand reach around and pull out a firearm. So right here you see it looks like the man's I think Mr. Pretty's arms are pinned down in front of him. So he's not reaching for his firearm. Both hands are right there. It's difficult to see what happens right in this second here, but we do see that the agent comes back with the firearm in his hand. That firearm matches the firearm that was photographed by DHS saying that it was Mr. Pretty's firearm. And then that's when you hear the shots fired.
Do you know, it's been often said that there really only has to be the fear. A police officer or an agent needs to fear for his life or the lives of his coworkers, the people with him. But what is the threshold? I don't know if you know that answer. What is the threshold, or where that's reasonable?
So it's reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm. So they have to have a reasonable, based off of the circumstances, what would another person in that situation?
Looking at that, there was no need for him to shoot that man.
Right, so I'm trying to work it out, Wendy, because we are looking at it from a distance. So this bloke on the right in the jacket, that's the federal agent, yeah?
Yeah, all of them standing up are federal agents.
Okay, and he seems to pull the gun. Does he do the shooting before he walks away with the gun?
I don't know. I never took any notice of that. Let's see.
And perceive it.
Because there isn't any sound, because you see him walk away with the gun. Does he go back and shoot, or...
Hang on, love. Let's see.
And, barring any more information. It seems like there's at least it's questionable whether or not a person who has been disarmed was capable of producing
Wendy,
that
you have
deadly
got
fear
sound, by the
firearm
way.
matches
That's
the firearm that
heat
was
jars at the
photographed
beginning of your stream.
by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Pretty's firearm. And
What?
Heat jars
What?
saying you got no sound, but they're obviously at the beginning of your stream. They're not up to date.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm too busy looking at this. Right, so, from what
What I'm saying is, at this point that he's walking away with a gun, yeah, has he already shot him?
No.
So that means he went back.
Well, it depends who shot him, doesn't it? So here we are. See him stood there with his hand up, Jubes, and he's recording there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's him there. So let's watch from there what happens.
Do it slow.
yeah, it's this video right here. And you see his arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground. And then then you see
it's down on the ground
in the gray coat there who's in a firearm around and pull out a firearm. So right here you see it looks like the man's I think Mr. Pretty's arms are pinned down in front of him. So he's not reaching for his firearm. Both hands are right there. It's difficult to see what happens right in this.
There's something going on there, though, Wendy.
The agent comes back with the firearm in his hand.
He's got the firearm
matches the firearm that was photographed by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Pretty's firearm. And then that's when you hear the shots fired.
Do you know, it's been often said that...
Right, hold on, that don't make sense
really
to me. Right,
has
stop,
to be
Wendy.
the fear a police officer or an agent.
Yeah.
Right, it don't make sense, right? Because, first of all, right, these are the questions that I've now got. Why did they approach him in the first place? What happened prior to them approaching him? That's the first thing.
Oh, because they were trying to arrest or get hold of some other woman, the officers, and he decided to stand in the way with his camera.
Yeah, that don't ring true to me, because look how many of them went to him. There's got to be a reason, right?
There was a hell of a lot of police there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's got to be a reason why that many reacted at the same time in a fast-moving situation. That's number one. Number two, they got him to the ground.
Yeah.
Right? And it does look like they got his arms held down or whatever. But for that many officers, there must have been... They must have known he had a firearm, Wendy. And then for the bloke in grey to suddenly get involved as well.
Yeah, and he took the gun. Yeah,
right. He must have gone into a system because they knew he had a gun, and it was taking all them to hold him down. And he's managed to go through his pockets, trousers, whatever, and get the gun. But then my question is, the bloke said he walks away with the gun, the one in the grey. He manages to get the gun and walks away. Then the shots were fired.
Yes.
But we can quite clearly see that he's walking away with a gun, and they're claiming that the gun he was shot with was the same one that they took off him.
Yeah, that's...
It don't make sense. Because if the shots are fired as he's walking away with the gun...
Let's see, James.
Firearm was drawn, or that, threatened officers or anything like that, just that he had a firearm. And now every video that we've seen seems to indicate that there was no visible firearm at that point. So it's uncertain why there would have been any perception of a threat there. And then, it's very difficult to see what happens in that huddle. But one of the most recent clips that I've seen, it seems to indicate that prior to the shots being fired, one of the agents who didn't have a firearm in his hand, reaches into the huddle, pulls out a firearm, and it matches the photo that DHS put out this morning. Perfect, facing towards the man. Yeah, it's this video right here, and you see his arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground, and then then you see the agent in the gray coat there, who doesn't have a firearm in his hand, reach around and pull out a firearm. So right here, you see it looks like the man's.
It looks to me like they're all trying to get him down to get the firearm off him, and this officer knows he's going in to get the firearm. Look,
reaching for his firearm, both hands.
So they know there's a
right
firearm.
there.
Why do they know there's a firearm?
It's
Was there a
difficult
threat
to see
made?
what happens right in this second
Well,
here,
yeah.
but we do see that.
Do they have
the,
intelligence that this bloke
agent
was going to
comes
shoot
back with
somebody?
the firearm in his hand.
So he's
that
run
firearm
off with
matches
it.
the firearm that was photographed by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Pretty's firearm, and then that's when you hear the shots fired.
Do you know, it's been often said that there really only has to be the fear. A police officer or an agent needs to fear for his life.
He said he walked away with a gun, and then you hear the shots fired.
Yeah.
If the shots are fired after he's walked away with a gun, it can't be that gun that was used.
No.
Because we see the bloke walking away with a gun. If he means as he was getting the firearm, the shots rung out and then he walked away. Okay, that seems to fit better. But then how do we know the gun didn't go off as they were wrestling it off him?
Because it went off 9 times, Dupes. They don't show it in this. 9 times they shot that guy. Let's try and find another video.
Yeah, that's weird. The whole incident's weird. We'd just have to wait and see, wouldn't we?
I do know. I mean, I don't understand. After that woman got shot the other week in the same city. Why are they turning up? Why are they turning up with guns now?
Well, exactly the point, Wendy.
Right. So, what's that about? Oh, what's this?
You think they'd be a bit more careful in the way that they're actually protesting, wouldn't you? But you're not going to like what I'm about to say, Wendy, but it is how I feel. I mean, I'm not encouraging anyone to do anything, by the way. I'm making that disclaimer. I do think that you're in activism. Boundaries.
You do think what?
I do think that if you're in activism, you do push the boundaries. I mean, look, you had people with Just Stop Oil that climbed up things that they weren't meant to be climbing up and gluing their hands to the road. I mean, don't think I'm agreeing with it. I'm just pointing out that true activists do push boundaries and break laws.
Well, yeah, I know.
So that's probably why they're doing it, because they're pushing the boundaries, but that doesn't make it right.
I want to know why they shot him 9 times. It's not. Oh, I don't know. It's just something strange. I don't know. Something we're not being told, I feel. Gun removed seconds before deadly ice gunfire on man. Let's see what this does.
Did he have something strapped to him, maybe?
In the last few hours, newly analyzed video has raised serious questions about a fatal federal shooting in Minneapolis. Footage reviewed by CNN appears to show something critical happening seconds before gunfire erupts. According to a CNN video analysis, a federal immigration officer may have removed a gun from 37-year-old Alex Pretty just moments before officers fatally shot him. That detail now sits at the center of growing scrutiny. Bystander video shows a chaotic scene. multiple federal agents are on top of Preddy, struggling to
Why
restrain
so
him.
many agents, Dupes? And what is it the agents are scared of?
That's the thing, Wendy. That's what I'm asking. Look, as much as I can be against the police when they do something wrong, right? You've got to think logically. And this is the question I ask. Why is there so many that they must have intelligence to suggest this man is a big threat? I don't care what anyone says for that for them to take their eyes off the ball of whatever they're doing and concentrate on one person, right?
Yeah.
Now, the fact that the other bloke reached in and got the gun tells you that they knew he had a gun even though it weren't visible. Where did that intelligence come from, Wendy?
I don't know. And I don't know. And
right now, and I'm going to say something that might turn out to be wrong, but it's just my line of thinking. Look at that bloke. Is it possible that he was involved in something deeper?
Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. I don't know. But what I do know is he puts up one hell of a struggle, doesn't he? Because it takes all those men to keep him down.
Yeah. And so I think there must be some intelligence that made them take this bloke as a serious threat for the numbers that are there. I'm not excusing him being shot, by the way, if he hasn't got a gun on him. I'm not excusing that at all. I'm sure we'll find out more in coming days. And as JB said, maybe the bloke in the grey disarmed him, but they thought he still had a gun on him. Maybe.
I was going to say, was there a second weapon? Was there a second
Well, this
weapon?
is what I'm saying, Wendy. Look, I'm all for calling out police when they've done something wrong, but I think there's more to this than what we're seeing.
Because in this country, the only time we've seen that happen was on in the terrorist attacks, Dupes, at Borough Market and on Westminster Bridge.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying, Wendy. Is it possible that there's intelligence on that person that we don't know about? Because you've only got to look at how many people that we've had aligned to certain terrorist groups that have worked in the NHS. Be easy for our press to go, oh, it was just an NHS worker, blah, 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 blah. But actually, there's a lot more to it. Yeah, look, Victoria's got a different angle.
Hang on, Dupes. Oh, is she? Hang on, I just want to look at this video. So here you hear the whistles going off and everything, Dupes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There he is, there.
Right.
With his camera.
Mm-hmm.
People, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
All right, there's an ICE officer pulling out a gun. Did you hear how many shots, Dupes? That's what I wanted you to hear. What was it they moved away from? What did they think was going to happen at that point? Because something, I don't know.
I don't know, but there is, I mean, we're only speculating, and I must say that as a disclaimer, but maybe he pulled the gun to use it. We can't really see. Right, so there's pepper spray.
Because they're happy to use pepper spray, right? Yeah.
Right, they got him down.
People, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
See, it's confusing, isn't it? Because you've got two of them going down. Right, so that one's down.
Yeah.
Right, that first gunshot.
And they're moving away like there's something on him.
I reckon he had a strap on.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm only speculating. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, it's the way the ICE officers are moving away. Like,
I reckon they
something-
disarmed him. They've got him down. They've disarmed him, and then realised that he's got something else there that could go off, maybe a bomb strapped to him, and that's why they've shot him and moved away so that he can't trigger it, I think. But I could be wrong.
I mean, I think Trump's got to get a hold of it himself and maybe bring in martial law for a while, Dupes, to calm them all down.
I don't know, but there's something there more to that footage. I don't care what anyone says. There's more to it, and I think that it'll probably come out in coming days.
Well, you know, the government, well, the American government, sorry, are running with the same thing, that he was, it was domestic terrorism. He was a threat to the ICE officers. So, you know, who's right and who's wrong?
Well, when we get to find the details, then we can work it out.
I just find it really odd that after the shooting of that woman in the same city, this guy who was a nurse, apparently, and incapable of doing things wrong, decides to turn up at that demonstration armed. I know it's not unlawful, Dupes, in America to have a gun, but it's a weird place to turn up with a gun, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, but not only that, the way that so many of them were involved with that particular person, it's almost like they had intelligence that we didn't have. But
you know, it's
I
like
don't know. We'll wait and see. Yeah, but Irish, even if he didn't have, maybe they thought they saw something that he did have, because the way that they've all moved back at the same time.
Yeah, it's like what we've seen, what we saw in Borough Market, what we saw on Westminster Bridge. They move back, don't they, as they're shooting, because there's something there that they got to neutralize.
Yes. So we just have to wait and see.
But no, what I mean is that the martial law to calm these protesters down, because they're getting out of control again.
See, Wendy, this is where I'm different to you, because I'm never ever going to call for martial law. Never ever. I don't care how bad it gets. And that's because I think that if you curb them, you're curbing the right of people on the right to actually speak out.
No, but you know, you said you didn't want it going into houses, and that's the only way to stop it, Jubes.
Yeah, I suppose if you brought in kind of checkpoints, that wouldn't bother me. But I don't want to see more of the state with more guns all over the place, Wendy. Because at the moment, I mean, I know we're not talking about Britain, we're talking about America. But if whatever happens in America is going to be a blueprint for how they react if anything gets bad here. And I don't know. For me, at the moment, I wouldn't want to see martial law being enacted there. I wouldn't at the moment. Having said that, I do understand what you're saying, but you've already got the ICE officers that are armed and trained. They can deal with it, Wendy.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're meant to be able to deal with it, but shooting people in the street, is that a good way? What is wrong with people?
Yeah, but what do you think that if they brought in martial law?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think entails with that? Curfews, zones,
Curfews, you can't protest. And your curfew, of course, would be like 8 o'clock at night, something like that. No
Yeah,
one on the streets. No
I
one on the
don't agree with
streets.
that.
I know, but this is in extreme, right? No one on the streets after 8 o'clock at night, and you're not allowed to protest. And it would only take, I don't know, about 2 weeks for it to, for things to calm down and simmer down. Because at the moment, I'm afraid the far left, Antifa and that lot, who were, amongst these protesters, they're going to, like you said, real agitate. What did you call them? Not an agitator.
Activist. Look, what I think that will happen if you put a curfew is that you would get groups go underground, find other ways of contacting each other, and then more organised, structured events that would up the grade, because it would infuriate. I honestly don't think that you need to go to that level. I really don't. And I think the only people...
Not in this country you don't. I don't know about America though, James.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see. But that's true, Irish. American Antifa are on another level. And it's because they've all got guns.
Mm.
Everyone's allowed to carry a gun. It's mental.
I mean, it's a shame he was shot, and he was shot 9 times. And did you notice those officers were all very calm? So
I think we're going to find out there was a reason why they shot him, even if people don't accept it. I think that we're going to find out.
But why are these? What I don't get as well is, right, so these ICE people are out to do a job, right? So these are the protesters. They decide they're going to come along every day and get in the way, do whatever they can to disrupt these officers who they already know will shoot you dead if you get in the fucking way, right? Mm-hmm. And yet they carry on, I don't understand the mentality of it.
Nor do I. Nor do I. It's almost like they've got suicidal empathy, isn't it?
Yeah. Or they don't like the fact that these ICE officers have the powers that they have to be able to arrest and remove people who shouldn't be in the country in the first place.
Well, I mean, Wendy, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. We could find out in 100 years' time that actually some of these people that we've seen and thought were ordinary citizens and protesters were actually aligned to some underground, I don't know, terrorist group, and they had this information but never put it out because they didn't want to cause speculation. Anything's possible these days. It's weird. Everything's weird what's going on. That's why I've had enough of it all.
Yeah, because what's happening is the world's becoming a smaller place because of technology. So as humans, we're meant to feel empathy and sympathy for fucking everything. Well, we weren't built for that, to be like that. Our brains weren't meant for that. So that's why we can be pretty cold about certain events that are far away, Dupes, but are the closer to home, naturally, because of the way our minds and our brains work, it affects us more. Do you see what I mean? And yet, because you're cold about something that doesn't really affect you and it's too far away to affect you, you get labeled with certain names and it's not. It's just the brutal fact that, well, hang on, it's not affecting me. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, in one way, but I kind of look at the bigger picture as well and think, right, that I think that's probably going to come here at some point, but in a different, it's going to manifest in a slightly different way. Look, Wendy, I've got no at the moment, I truly believe, and I could be wrong, because we can all get things wrong, but the way politics is going, there is definitely going to be remigration at some point, right? And I truly believe that our country is going to do remigration, and it all depends how they implement it. I do think that our country is a bit more civilized and wouldn't go down the routes of...
No, I don't know that. I don't know, though. And you know why? Because lately with these different protests going on, I've realised just how many different kinds of people there are in this country. I didn't read it. It's like an eye-opener.
Yes, Wendy, and it's mad.
Yeah.
And what you've got to understand is that, as well, that even if we took it down to a very simplistic level, right? When we tried to remigrate people that were criminals from Jamaica, in some cases, some of them shouldn't have had to have gone back. I mean, the old age pensioners and all that, I stood on their side. So I went to Parliament over the Windrush, the elderly and all that, the people that have been here, grown up with us and never committed a crime. But the ones that did deserve to go back, and even others that were meant to go back to places in Africa, what we had is left-leaning people that would lay in front of the vans, stop the vans, turn it around, even buy tickets to get on the plane, cause a fuss until that bloke got taken off the plane. In one case, there was a bloke that was a rapist that actually got allowed to be taken off the plane and remained here because the left fought for him to stay here, because all they saw
I remember that. Yes.
was an immigrant and not the crime. So in those cases, if our government were to say, right, we're finally putting our foot down, we're not going to pander to the left and their protests and what they do, those people, if they start up, they're going to be arrested as well and put in prison, which could happen. If it got to that stage, you might find that they might have to start having armed police that get on the planes with these people and outside these centres and stuff.
Well, I'm not being funny, Juice, but I can remember when there was no such thing as armed police at airports. Now look, do you know what I mean? How things have changed. An armed police at an airport now is nothing. It's like, especially Heathrow. Whereas, you know, back in the year, there was no such thing as armed police at fucking patrolling the airports. But
it's actually quite crazy what's going on in the world.
But if it's not, you know, Palestine, it's now Iran. And I was listening to Banksy on Easy's channel. And something he said annoyed me, right? Because he said, oh, well, sorry, white English people. But when Iran's conquered or whatever, I'm going to Iran because there'll be no Islam there. And I just thought, you know what? I'm getting sick of this fucking attitude. I'm sorry. I am Jewish. I'm just sick to death of this sorry English white people. You know, it's like we're being used, I don't know, as a stopgap for something. And
Wendy, I've said it for a long time now. I feel like we are being used as the waste bin of the world.
Yeah.
Because we got so much CCTV, because we used to have a good organisation with our authorities, not so much now because we've let DEI seep in and ruin it with third world mindsets who don't think in the same strategic way that we would. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. It's just the truth. There's a difference in the way that people work out problem solving. And because of that, all these other countries are clearing out their shit, and because our government are weak, we are collecting them all here, and that's why we've got all the factions. That's why we've got all the factions fighting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not being funny, Jukes, but there was more people turned out for the Iranian protest than did for the fucking Dover protest.
Yeah, but that Dover protest, it was never going to get off the ground.
But Jukes, I didn't bother watching it because, hello, we've seen it before. Can you remember that army guy that used to swear a lot? Oh, little veteran. That's what him and patriotic, what's he called? Patriotic, I can't remember his name. Well, that's what they were doing years ago down at Dover.
Mm. I have no objection to anybody that wants to protest. I'm on the side of the patriots. That's because I think that our country's been ruined. Okay. And I was all for, even though I don't particularly like Danny Tomo, I was like, okay, he seems to think that he's got a load of these people that support him, even though I was doubtful. And they're going to go and do something different. And I was keen to see what they were going to do that was different, Wendy. Wow. Like I said, true activists, and I do think that it's come to a point in this country where true activists need to do something a bit more than just marching. Although I'm not telling people what to do or how to do it or encouraging it, I do think that is the crossroads that I can see that we're at. Yeah, because the marching isn't doing nothing, which is why I think that Tommy changing it up into less of a march and more of a rally is probably a better thing, because there you've got the collectivised numbers, you can see the numbers, it puts pressure on the government. I think the advanced groups and the Rupert Lowe's group, again, pressure groups, another good thing, putting pressure on the government. But when you come into the world of activism, step aside from that, because there is, you know, two ways of getting the government to listen, and the other way, one's within the law and the other ways outside the law. And even then you want to do it in the most decent way possible, because we are civilized people. And that's the problem, Wendy. Because we're civilized, you can't knock the civilization out of us, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's.
Right? So I was keen to see what he was going to do. You know, was he going to stop the French ports for a day and cost them money, for example? I'm not saying that that's what they should do. I'm just saying, was he going to do that? Were they going to get onto a ship and put a flag up? Maybe. I mean, I don't know if any of these things are possible. I'm just saying far out stuff. Were they going to stop all the roads into Calais and then stop all the roads into Dover? You know. But no, we didn't have none of that.
No.
What we had was a load of build-up with people telling us that they were going to do something different and that it was all going to be organised and you had to be there at a certain time. It was all being kept back because it was so strategic. And when we eventually got to it, there was no strategy to it. There was no organisation. You ended up with 10, 11 men in France standing on the beach with a flag. Well, anyone could have done that. And I feel sorry for the people that wasted their money going all the way to France, paying money to go out there. I think that's ridiculous. And then you had people that travelled miles, not many of them, to go to Dover. And I'm not looking down on those patriots again. Anyone that's got off their armchair to stand up for what they believe in, I've got great respect for. But it didn't pass my comprehension or consciousness not to notice that 2 days before the Dover event was meant to happen, he suddenly put a call out for women when originally they didn't want women involved at all.
No women was involved. That's right. Yeah.
He claimed that he got emails from women who wanted to be involved. Okay, that might be true. I'm not going to say he's lying about that because I believe some women probably did email and say, it's an outrage. Why can't women patriots go? I do believe that probably did happen. So he said, yeah, you could go to the one at Dover because, you know, what we're going to ask you to do at Dover is not as threatening as what we're going to ask you to do at France. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't understand why women couldn't have gone to France and stood on the beach and held a flag. I don't, Wendy. There was absolutely no reason why women couldn't have gone to France. Not that I'm advocating for women to go to France. I just don't understand what was so strategic about getting to France and standing on the beach and opening a flag. He said, because if you do, you're taking a risk. Well, what risk would these women have been taken? If they're only going to stand on a beach and open a flag. So that was the first thing that I noticed. The second thing that I noticed was, if it weren't for the women that did eventually turn up at Dover, there probably would have only been 10 people at Dover as well. Because what ended up happening was there was pink ladies from Stevenage that went and other people, women, and they were the ones that had the organisational skills, not in conjunction with Danny Tomo. They took their own megaphones. They were the ones that were speaking. They were the ones that were calling out and everything else. And I just thought to myself, if you hadn't put that call out 2 days ago and it still stayed as just men, there would have been only 10 men at Dover as well. But I also find it funny that that particular centre got closed 2 days ago. So I think that in one way it was a success because the government have closed it in reaction to Danny Tomo's hype rather than actually who turned up. That's what I think's happened underground. So in one way you can say, yeah, it is a success because where he did so much hype, the government sort of like...
Yeah, like it was going to be thousands upon thousands.
Yeah, and fell for it. Yeah. But in another way, it's very disheartening because what it's effectively done now has disheartened people that have got concerns because they're like, well, I might as well just give up. Look, there's only that many people willing to stand. You know, I always say if you're going to do a protest, you've got to be sure it's going to be, unless it's localised. I know people could argue that the Dover one was localised to the local residents, but it wasn't. It was meant to be like a national one. It wasn't meant to be localised. If you're going to do that, you need to make sure that you are going to have people turning up because otherwise it dents the cause or whatever you're talking about. That's just my opinion anyway. So, yeah.
No, I know what you're saying here. But I think with me, because it's Tomo, I just don't trust Danny Tomo.
Oh, I get the reasons why, yeah. I don't think it helped as well, Wendy, that there was that big falling out as well. What's this?
Later, and it clearly worried the pickets. It was one of the most violent.
Right. The reason I'm just showing this is because we never want things to get like this.
Mm.
You see, we have been the miners, Jupiter, and the miners' strike and everything.
Yeah.
And just this little short of mine shows the what can go wrong when we've had enough, if you know what I mean. So
violent days of the year-long miners' strike. The clashes between police and pickets at the Orgreave coking plant became a symbol for resistance and injustice. 95 men were arrested and charged with riot and disorder, but the trials collapsed when police officers were accused of lying in court. More than 4 decades on a visit to the South Yorkshire site where the plant...
It took 40 years to get an investigation into that day. Now, the violence that went on both sides, on the side of the police and the side of the miners, was wrong. but it was the scale, Jubes, of the violence, right?
Mm.
And I just never want to see that again.
I think most people who are reasonable don't want to see that happening again, but people have to be realistic. When you're pushed into a corner, those miners thought they had a reason to fight, Wendy.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah, they all thought they had a reason.
Yeah, and the poll tax riots, people thought they had a reason, and the protests after Southport, people had a reason, and
now,
I'm sure there's going to be many times in the future that people think they've got a reason. Wendy, the government, I know that you're very much for we have to do what the state says, and you know they're always trying to.
No, not at the moment. I'm not. No.
But for me, I just think that our governments have betrayed us.
Yeah.
I want the people all to wake up and stop their faction fighting and actually stand together and find strategic ways of making the government realise that this ain't going to go down the way that you want it to go down. Because at the moment, the government are getting all their own way. We've got a dictatorship, Wendy, and I don't like it. And I don't care if you're on the left or the right. You can see it now.
Why on earth are they cancelling elections? And I mean, apparently I forgot where it is now, but someplace they can't have an election because till 2028 because Starmer's cancelled them. I mean, what's that about?
Dictatorship, control. They don't want to be chucked out of power until they've put all their little foundations in for whatever it is that they're trying to do in the future that they're going to mess our country up with. See, Victoria, if we were living in a civilization which we had years ago, I might think that that was the only route that needs to be taken. But totally, and I'm just being honest, I'm not telling people what to do, because am I going to go out there and
we're too old.
And do stuff? No, I'm not. So I can go and protest, I can go on rallies, I can big up people that I do support, but am I going to be an activist who swings from a lamppost or fucking climbs up a tower or does any of this?
Our days have gone for that.
Exactly, I'm not. So I'm not here telling other people what to do or whatever, but I do feel, from what I feel in the atmosphere, that the government just ain't listening. They don't care.
No.
They're working to plan. And even if we manage to vote them out, the tentacles of the infiltration, and because of the long march through the institutions that has infected a lot of the brains that have gone to universities, it's going to be at least 40 years before you get back to normality. But can things change? Yeah. I'm all for, I want more of a right-leaning government in. But I'm also concerned now, if I'm truthful, that because of the swing back and the pushback, that what we're going to get is a right-wing dictatorship instead of a left-wing dictatorship. And for me, they're as bad as each other. They are the extremes, and they are all on this sort of like Nazi mindset.
Why the hell can't we just have a normal government? I mean,
because the normal governments became corrupt, Wendy. The left and the Tories, the Conservatives, even Reform, they're all corrupt. They're all feathering their own nests. We need to clear it all out, and we haven't got a party that can go in. I know that we've got, this is the way I see it anyway, I know that we've got UKIP that Danny Roscoe goes on about, and even though I like a lot of what that man says, I still think that there's, realistically, do I think that he will get into power? No. Just looking at it, because I haven't seen enough people swing in his favour or talk about him in his favour. I know that you've got Danny and he's very loyal and quite a lot of what Danny says makes sense. Although I didn't agree with him with this removing the royals and all that.
No, he's gone too far again. But when it comes to Nick Tenconi, I agree with what he says, but UKIP just doesn't have enough push anymore.
No, it doesn't. And the one thing that I don't think that Danny understands, and maybe he's right, maybe part of the answer is that people need to go further right. I do kind of agree with Connor Tomlinson on that the civic nationalist position is dead and done and dusted. It's dead. It's dead in the water because radical Islam showed its flaws and now it can be used against you. However, I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I never will be. And when people say it's because I've got skin in the game, well, yeah, obviously, because I live my life by my ideals. I'm not a racist, even though people have tried to paint me as one. And therefore, I could never be an ethno-nationalist. However, this is where I'm nuanced, Wendy, because I do see, because I'm English and British, I do see the way that the English and British have been downtrodden. They've had a system turned in on against them, how they're not being listened to, how they're being oppressed. I mean, people are not actually using that word oppressed, but that's what's happening. English people are being oppressed. I think that I can understand why people believe that this country should remain, especially this little corner of England, should remain predominantly English ethnicity. I can understand that, just like Wales should remain predominantly Welsh and Scotland should remain predominantly Scottish and Ireland should remain predominantly Irish. I do understand that level of thinking. Where the differences come in for me is, well, how do you implement that? Because if you're going to say you're just going to chuck every person of colour out of the country, that won't go down. That would definitely ignite the civil war.
But there's no need for that anyway. That's just I mean, that doesn't even come into it.
So this is the problems that we've got. And I do think that there are some fringe people that hang around Nick Tenconi, probably that he's not even aware of, probably that even Danny Roscoe might not even be aware of, that would favour every black person out of the country and every ethnic minority out of the country.
But there's no...
and I think that that's the problem, that I think that is the elephant in the room that people from that little quarter are not willing to admit, that they have got these idiots that keep trying to infiltrate. Now, I'm not saying that Steve Laws is in bed with Nick Tenconi. No, they're worlds apart. I'm not saying that at all. And I'm not saying that Nick Tenconi backs up that kind of ethno-nationalism at all. I'm not saying that, because I think he's more of what you would call a religious nationalist.
Yeah.
But that's the problems. And these are the problems that we've got on the right, because people on the right don't want to go as far as these Nazis and these nutcases, whereas people on the left don't care, Wendy. This is what a lot of people have not understood. People on the left have managed to get into the mindset and into the institutions and into the governances by making out that it's only people on the right that are racist or have this Jew hatred, also a dislike for inferior people, let's say disabled people and that, because their lighter end has been all for promoting diversion and inclusion, but at the stronger end of the left, they can be really racist. I've seen the way that they've treated Candace Owens, who's a person of colour, because she's got a difference of opinion. I've seen the way they've treated my husband. I've seen the way that they've treated Danny Roscoe. I've seen the way that they treat Barack. I've seen the way that they've treated Based and Boogie. So these people can be racist, but it's ignored. These people do look down on people that are inferior. They say that they've got inclusion, but when you go to the far left, you start hearing people who say, oh, well, you know, disabled people shouldn't be doing this and disabled people shouldn't be doing that. You know, when you go and look close at the far left, you will see people like JLJ that pretends that he's all for inclusion, but actually he's got a high Jew hatred that he's hiding. What you find is that on the right, our issues are not about our main issue on the face of it, on the right, the division is, are you somebody that wants to kick out everybody of colour, or are you somebody that is more sensible but knows that there needs to be some sort of reform around the immigration and the problems that we've got so that people can coexist, right? That's what's going on the right. On the left, they've got much deeper divisions, but they're better at hiding it. And the reason they've got deeper divisions is because they've got Black Lives Matter, black nationalists, Muslim people that say that they're left-leaning, but actually some of them are radical Islamists. You've got people that say that they're all for inclusion, people like JLJ, but they actually hate Jews. You've got Iranians that actually want a diversity inclusion, but like you say, like Banksy, people that the reality is if Iran went back to normality, they'd all fuck off. They're not really interested in Britain. So you have got an amalgamation of different mindsets on the left, but their problems are slightly different. But the one thing they've been good at is the pretense that they're all in bed together. And the one thing that they do very successfully is say, well, they're against fascism and this, that, and the other, and it's only the right that are doing all that, when actually it's them.
Yeah.
That's where they did win one war, and it is a major war, to paint the right as racist, to paint the right as the evil ones, to paint the right as only the right. The amount of times that I've spoken to people, and you know, they say something that you would get the impression that they're a racist, and you go, you're being racist. They go, how can I? I'm not. I'm a lefty. That's their first answer. I'm on the left. But that don't mean you can't be racist.
Yeah, I'm on the left. I can't be racist. Yeah, I'm on the left. I can't be bad at all.
Yeah, but they've been very good at getting into the mindsets and making people believe that everybody on the right is racist. Everybody on the right are fascist, and everybody on the right are just evil.
But what makes me laugh is the biggest fascist of them all, which was Hitler, was a social nationalist. So he was a lefty nationalist, Jupiter.
Yep. Yep.
You know, and all of this seems to get forgotten about, and all of a sudden it's people like me and you that are the extreme ones. How dare we think the way we do? But I'm just tired of it, because you've got Starmer, then you've got this idiot Farage, who is literally, Jupiter, making up reform of ex-conservatives.
Yeah, look, if there was a vote tomorrow, reform would get in, but reform's not the answer, because they're a mishmash of all these people.
Yeah.
Really, the person that I like listening to at the moment, who speaks a lot of sense, but not exclusively, because he does say some things I don't agree with, is Connor Tomlinson.
Yeah, I like him, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it because he's very well educated. He comes with the proof. You know, he tells.
Is he political? Does he belong to any political party? Do you know?
No, I think he got chucked out of reform. You know, I think once.
Oh, right.
But yeah, no, I don't think he's aligned with anybody.
When I watch him, when you play him on your stream, he's a very interesting individual, isn't he?
Yeah. And the reason that I've really sort of like latched onto him is because I came to the conclusion a long time ago, not long, but let's say 18 months ago, that I couldn't really call myself a civic nationalist, because I didn't, because I did empathise with some things that ethno-nationalists said, the problems, i.e. the problems. Where I fall out with ethno-nationalists is their solution. And at the extreme end, because not all ethno-nationalists actually want every person of colour out of the country, which is quite remarkable when you get talking to some of them. So I realised that I've got sympathies there, and also Islam had managed to use our level of tolerance to turn it into, well, what about my freedom of speech? Anjem Chowdhury should be allowed to speak because, you know, you want people to be able to have freedom of speech. You want people to be able to have freedom and liberty. And as much as we want people to have liberty, we don't want them to have 100% liberty, because we don't want them to have liberty to take the fucking piss. Do you know what I mean? Let's be truthful about it, right? So it's definitely not the extremities that I am with. I don't stand with any of the extremities. And Connor Tomlinson was the first person I heard say, look, civic nationalism is dead. It's an ideology that really we shouldn't be fighting under anymore. And nobody really wants ethno-nationalism, because we know that that's not the way to go. But we do need nationalism, and we do need the sense of pride in British people to be brought to the forefront individually, respectively, with Ireland, Scotland, Wales and England, and that it matters. Some of this stuff does matter. Because the left have painted it like, if you say that it matters, you're a racist. But why is that, when to every other person who's effectively British, for example, Hector's a Nigerian British citizen, right? He's got a British passport, but he's Nigerian born. He was brought up in Nigeria, but he's a British citizen, effectively. If he wanted to say, and the left would agree with him, if he wanted to say, living in Britain, I'm British and my culture matters to me, so I don't believe that I've ever got to wear British clothing again. I only want people to speak to me as per my traditions. The left would be raving on that. They'd be going, well, yeah, you should do that. You know, you can't knock their culture out of them. But the minute an Englishman says, I want to be approached and spoken to as an Englishman, it's, oh, yeah, well, you're privileged. You've got white privilege. You can't do that. And that's wrong. That's not equality.
Why aren't we allowed to say these things anymore, Dupes? What is that about?
It's oppression to shut up the people that have got the brains.
No.
Because we understand our society, and we understand our governments, and we understand how they work, because they've still got the same way of thinking, but they're using strategies against the lower people. You see, you can't expect people that have come from other cultures to come into our country and understand our politicians like we do, because they don't. They'll easily be fooled. Let me put it this way: they'll even if you're from you're a first world, unless you're brought up in English culture. So, and people say that I say this because I'm prejudiced. No, it's because I truly believe it. Right? My children, because they're brought up with an English mother, in a household with an English mother, they're brought up exactly the same way as all my other kids, right? All my kids have been brought up the same way, the same mum, the same sort of breakfasts, the same sort of like belief systems, Christianity, this, that and the other, right? So their skin colour, it doesn't really matter. They've not had the experience of being born elsewhere. But if you've got two parents, right, say Hector was married to another Nigerian, and you've got two parents who often go on about Nigeria, Nigerian culture, go back to Nigeria, they're going to have a lot more of that mindset and the way of thinking, even in just the way they eat their meals, even in just the way that they believe in education. And some of it will be pluses and some of it will be negatives, right? But they would never really understand the minds of these aged politicians in governments like we could, because we understand where the customs, why the things have become customary, why the traditions are there, when they're lying to us with as per history. We understand all that. They don't necessarily. You see? So even if you have the first wave of children, they will never understand it. And they've so easily bought this wokeism, Wendy, because they've been told it's fighting for them, because the left have been so good at saying that only people on the right are racist and are the fascists.
Yeah.
So it's been really easy to get into these separate groups and tell them they're fighting for all their causes. It's been so easy. And all of them have fell for it one by one. Mark my words, Wendy, Islam and the Islamists, once they've got the majority of, shall I say, indigenous British people under control, they'll be gone. They'll be gone. They'll turn to them.
Yeah. That'll be, yeah, I agree with you on that, love.
Islam's been a tool.
And once they're of no use, yeah, that'll be the end of them.
Yeah. There's a bigger aim that they're all going for, in my opinion.
And yet, when you're talking to them, they act like they're the ones being oppressed. And I don't know how. I don't know how they see that. They even say that the government's against them. I don't see how they can say that.
The government's not against them, and certainly not this government, but even the right-leaning governments are not against them, because the right-leaning people are not as racist as they've been portrayed to be. Don't get me wrong, Wendy, right? I've seen it myself, right? There's ignorant people in this country that are racist. And I'm not saying that racism's been eradicated in any way, shape or form. I think there's still cases for some black people to be outraged. I think there's still cases for some Muslims to be outraged. I still think there's cases for white people to be outraged when it comes to the level of racism. I don't think that you're ever going to eradicate that properly. But this is one of the best countries, which is why we've got the problem of them all flocking here in receiving people from other cultures. It is. And unfortunately, that characteristic of a British person is their weakness. And it's that weakness that we need to shut down. It's a bit like tough love, Wendy. You can be a really good parent and love all your kids equally, but if you've got one kid that's got behavioural problems that's not being addressed, because every time you go out, you're still getting them the same amount of treats, they're still being given everything, and you've not found a way to address the behavioural problems, you're encouraging that behavioural problem to carry on and affect the rest of the whole unit. And that's why we have to look at the problems. And the problems are that the wokeism that's being pushed is wrong. We all know that. We're not saying it's all wrong completely. Do I think that gays deserve equal rights? Yes, but ask any normal citizen of this country. They will tell you, yes, got nothing against somebody being gay, but I don't want it pushed on me. So it's the pushed on you bit that we don't need. It's the way that you're implementing the educational gays that we don't need, we're not agreeing with. And it goes the same with the trans, it goes the same with the ethnic minorities, it goes the same with equal rights and everything else. The way that it's being pushed and implemented needs to change. We're not saying take away the laws that if somebody has been discriminated against for something that is not fair, for example, if you're gay and you're being discriminated because you're gay and it actually harms you or affects your lifestyle, of course you should get some form of justice. But you shouldn't use that avenue as a way to impose gayness onto everybody else and forget that the average way of living in this country, I use the word average because we're going to go by proportionality, yeah, the average way of living in this country should still be upheld, because that is the core of this country.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
And that's where the problems are lying. And everybody sees it. Everybody knows it. The government know it. But because they've got an ideal that's farther down the line, where that they need to oppress the bigger crowd, they're going to go for the bigger crowd first, use all the smaller groups to get at the bigger crowd, which is white indigenous. And then once they're under control, then they'll work their way through the other groups. It's obvious what they're doing. And all because they've got a bigger plan. And they have got an agenda. And people don't like saying that there's an agenda, but there is an agenda. It's fucking obvious, because you can't get this many people that have gone through an education and be this incompetent, Wendy. You can't.
No, I could know.
I don't even think we know the full horrors of what the game plan is. We
No, I
just
don't
can
think we
see
do,
that there
no.
is a game plan there. You know?
Yeah, not yet. We don't know.
And when we do know, Wendy, it'll be too late. There'll be nothing we can do about it. It's just sad. That's why a lot of this, you know, I decided, no, I'm just going to do reviews on that one, and just talk what I feel on Duke's Ascension every now and again, and just put it out there as my opinion. You can't get sued for having an opinion. You can't get put in prison for having an opinion. It's only your opinion. And to talk a bit more like this on Duke's Ascension, rather than engaging with idiots that just want to dish your family, go into your family, tell lies, make up stories, slander you out of jealousy or hatred. Because in some cases, I do think it's pure hatred with people. And ignore all the rot. It's disgusting, Wend.
Well, it is, isn't it? What's going on? And when I heard he's been cancelling, what do you call it? Oh, here we go. I'm having one of them minutes.
Elections.
When I heard he's been doing that, I thought, my God, I've never heard of that before, and I haven't.
But guess where elections do get cancelled and people get shot over their ideological beliefs?
Oh, yeah. Where's that then, love?
Third world.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember a conversation that I had with Hector years ago, before I even came online. So me and Hector have always liked to talk politics. It's probably one of the things that actually bonds us, actually. That we're very alike when it comes to politics and that. And he was talking about back home in Nigeria, and he was saying it's really sad, because I said to him, why can't your country just get to grips? And I don't understand how the communities are not coming together and doing things. And he said, look, they do. In some communities, they do. He said they do come together and they pay for a borehole, and then they get the running water, etc., etc.
Yeah.
He said there is a lot of that. He said, but the problem is when it gets to the proper government, the officials. He said every time we get someone decent who is going to do the right thing, he'll get murdered. And I said, oh, I've heard about that. Don't people say that it's because Britain got involved or whatever? And he said, no, it's not down to that. It's internal politics. He said that people can paint it like that on a much higher level than there might be corruption when it comes to negotiation and things like that. He says, but when it comes down to the local states and who's standing and things like that, he said, no, it's factions. It's factions on the ground. And I said to him, I'm just glad that in our country, you know, we don't take people's background. I said, but I said to him, why? And he said, because of tribal links, what part of the country they come from, what faith they have, whether they're Christian or whether they're Muslim. And I said, that's terrible. I'm glad I live in a country where, you know, we don't have that. You know, for example, we had Nigel what's his name? Gordon
Right.
Brown, not Nigel. I was going to say Nigel Lawson then. Gordon Brown, for example. He was over the whole country, but not all of us were Scottish, but he was, and I said to him, we don't even consider the backgrounds of where people come from when we put a politician.
No, we
into
never
power.
used to. No.
Yeah. I said, we go by their policies and stuff, and I think that's a much better way of doing it. Fast forward to 2026, where are we now?
Yeah.
And why has identity politics come into it? Because of the left. And because of the left embracing all these smaller groups, because they've got an agenda that we don't know what the agenda is, and catering for all these smaller groups.
And once again, this identity politics, it all goes back to Tony Blair. He brought it. Everything I can think of where I first started to question what the hell was going on goes back to him, because when he first became prime minister, and I'd hear the news, the people on the news saying, "Oh, he's very charismatic and he's this and he's that." I used to sit looking at the TV, go, "Well, what's that got to do with being prime minister?" Because to me, it was to do with policies and things, and not what he looked like, Jupiter, not what he stood for personally, but the policies of Labour.
I think that he was one of the biggest deceivers we've ever had. Yeah. Because don't you remember, he came in as New Labour because he was very clever. He pushed a lot of pushed a lot of capitalism and stuff like that in his own way.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
But underground, he had all this coming behind him that nobody realised, this wokeism that he was coming in with.
Yeah.
You can look back now with hindsight and you look at him and you think, well, yeah, his wife was a solicitor. She was involved with all of those activists probably that were all solicitors. That had started looking at the laws and looking at ways of how they could invert everything. He had a sister-in-law that was Muslim. In his background, if it's true, I don't know how true it is because I've read it, but I don't know how true it is. But he was supposed to have had some homosexual relationships, etc., etc. Got caught in toilets and stuff. There was things going on there that was whispers of that. Don't know how true it is. Then, and when you look, it wasn't that might have been where it began on the surface, Wendy. That weren't where it began. I don't know how far back it's gone in the background, but this has been going on for a very long time.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because they all worked up to that. They all worked up to a moment of getting Labour into power. That's what it was.
I remember what I said to my late husband. Look, if it all goes fucking wrong, don't come crying to me. I told you not to vote for him. I never trusted him. There was something about the man. I never trusted him. Never dreaming, of course, the damage he would do to this country, because he did. And now, isn't he part of Trump's board of fucking peace or something?
Yeah, can't believe it. Why? When I read that, Wendy, I was like, right, well, that's Trump gone out the window then, isn't it?
Yeah. Because, why all of a sudden is Tony Blair anything to do with Donald Trump like that? What's that about?
I couldn't believe after all the trouble he caused in the Middle East, he became the Middle Eastern convoy. It was a joke.
Neither could I. No, I know.
And that's what tells you, right? And I know people are going to go, no, you mean the Jews. But no, I don't mean the Jews. It tells you that there are other countries involved in this globalization, and it's not just down to Jews. This is why I get angry, Wendy, because we all know that there's an agenda to bring about globalization. And on the front of it, innocent people will go, well, yeah, it makes sense that everybody's in contact with everybody else and we're all living the same sort of standard of life.
Of course, yeah.
We all have it, but they're not looking at the realities. And we've seen the damage it's done to not just our culture and our people, Wendy. cultures around the world.
Oh, like, yeah, in other countries, especially European countries, Italy, Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland. The list is endless. But when Trump said, when it was released that, you know, he'd done that, I thought, well, where's he come from all of a sudden? How come he's on this board of peace? You know, what's that
But don't
about?
forget, there was a whisper that at some point he was going to take that Palestine was going to be recognised, and that they were suggesting that maybe Tony Blair was going to actually become their prime minister. Do you remember that?
Madness.
In charge of it all. Do you remember that?
Yeah, madness. Well, I'll tell you what, if Trump hadn't fucking apologised for what he said about the fucking Iraqi war and the Afghanistan war, I'd be a Trump hater at the moment. He needs to be careful about what he's coming out with at the moment, I'm telling you. He's I don't know, Tubes. You know what happened to Biden, right? I reckon the same thing's happening to Trump.
What do you mean?
Well,
He's going senile.
He's gone fucking demented, yeah.
No, I think so. A lot of what Trump says, I can understand it, but it's not what he's saying and what he's implementing. You've got to look at the stuff behind the scenes.
No, when he deliberately, more or less stated that our troops had nothing to do and stayed in the background of the Afghan war and the Iraqi war, that was a fucking disgrace, Jubes, right? And for 24 hours, I hated his fucking guts, right? Absolutely. Yeah. But then he came to his senses and more or less said, you know, well, yeah, got that all wrong.
Yeah, but I don't think that was how can I put it? Yeah, it was an insult to us and everything else. I agree with you totally on that score. But I think that's more to do with Donald Trump's ego, and he forgot the audience he was talking to. He likes to big himself up and to big up Americans and make Americans feel good about themselves. And I think that his ego gets to him sometimes. And yeah, I mean, it happens to most people, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he also needs to fucking remember that on 9/11, right, when that happened, Jubes, that had fuck all to do with us. We didn't have to go standing fucking shoulder to shoulder with America. We didn't need to get dragged into those quagmires called Iraq and Afghanistan, but we did because America had been attacked.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, his ego makes him forget actual history.
Yeah. I think he likes to like be hyperbolic, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he picked the wrong
He uses a lot of hyperboles, but yeah, I do think that people on the left and the right need to understand that there's something much bigger going on, and actually start being honest and stop fighting these small factional things. That look, immigration is a big problem. Because immigration is how these people have been, how the left, the woke left, have been able to use these people against us.
Yeah.
Forget whether they're going to actually be standing armies. They already are standing armies, psychologically, because they've been brought here to increase the groups that they say are oppressed, so that they can use them to actually oppress British people. That's what's going on.
Yeah, but what's British people now, Duke?
Well, you know what I mean, the indigenous British people.
Yeah.
People that are born here.
I only said that because I've heard so many people.
People that are born here, and in amongst them would be people of colour as well, by the way. Ethnic minorities. There would be some ethnic minorities that are awake to what's going on and can see the gameplay. The majority of people in this country are not bothered about skin colour, Wendy.
Well,
they don't even, I think even the majority of people don't even care what religion you practice in your own home.
No, they don't. We all know what the problem is. Yeah, we all know what the problem is. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that you are trying to make the majority of this country live a lifestyle that they're not accustomed to and is not customary because it's not their custom.
That's right.
And then they're trying to make you feel guilty for not wanting to live in a life that's not your custom and isn't customary. And to say, well, you might not be accustomed to it, but you've got to be made uncomfortable because this is the new world order, whilst telling everybody else that they're allowed to keep hold of their customs. It's an absolute fucking liberty.
Yeah.
And people can see it. It's unfairness. And one thing British people have always been good at is fair play. So you're never going to be able to pull the eyes over people who can see that it's not fair. Forget what the policy papers say about equality and everything else. Good old-fashioned fairness, common sense. We're not stupid. British people have been taught from the moment they're born on this soil, yeah, from their parents and their grandparents, about kindness, sharing, reasonability, logic, self-discipline, self-responsibility, and then they go off to school and all of that is knocked out of them. Unless you're strong enough to see what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. They start getting taught weird things at school.
Listen, Wendy, you could pick anything. All right, let's look at the trans thing, right? Because it's the easiest thing to pick out because it's so glaring.
Yeah.
They were teaching kids to lie to their parents. Since when has lying been a good trait?
No, it hasn't. No.
Forget all the politics of the whole trans thing, which is a fucking disgusting mire of mishmash. That one essential thing. You can lie to your parents. You can lie to your elders. If you tell them that they can lie in one situation, you're teaching that lying is okay. Take that down to the core of biblical texts or what our traditions are built on. And I'm not saying that everybody doesn't lie, because they do. Everybody tells at least one lie in their life, because we are not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But nobody encourages people to lie on a wide scale. You don't expect an education system to encourage lying, which is against the core principles of what we were founded on, Christianity. And that's just one tiny little thing. That's without getting into all the politics of what they're actually teaching.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it? To think that the future is going to be,
I find it all of it is almost intolerable. All of it. Well, it is intolerable. I don't want to tolerate it. I don't tolerate it around me, in my house, in my family. You know, they could, as much as whatever, I just don't want to listen to it, all this nonsense.
You know? Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. But unfortunately, you know, there's an old saying, catch them when they're young, and how, you know, catch them when they're 5. Start telling them it's all right to lie to your parents. Yeah,
but it's wrong, isn't it?
Mm.
I mean, that's grooming, Wendy. What is grooming? When you befriend someone, you pretend to them that you're on their side. You pretend that you see everything the way that they do, and that you're their rock, you're there for them. And everybody else, including their family and their parents, don't worry about it. Become dependent on me. That is what grooming is.
Yeah.
And that is what the school system has been doing. Oh, you're 5. You think you're a boy when you're a girl. That's okay.
No,
We'll
yeah.
treat you like a boy here. We'll let you live out that fantasy. We'll give you everything you want. We'll be there for you. You talk to us. Don't tell your parents. We'll keep your secret. What did we used to? What did we used to warn our kids about? Don't have secrets with strangers.
Yeah. Come on, tell me anything. Don't lie. Just tell me whatever it is. You're not going to get into trouble. Just tell me what it is.
Protector.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And now, if you say your kid's about 11 or something, and apparently, if you tell your child, well, say your kid says is a girl and wants to be a boy, right?
Mm.
And you tell your kid, well, no, you're a girl, and that's the end of it. That's against their human rights, and they can complain about that.
Just because they've taken the right of the parent to be a protectorate to their own kith and kin. It's disgusting. This is how they've undermined people. And all the ethnic minorities, it's coming for you as well.
Oh, yeah, this is what makes me laugh.
All the Muslims, it's coming for them. All the religions, it's coming for you as well. Don't think they've got protected status for you at the moment. It won't be there forever.
No, that's the only joy I get out of things, right? Is knowing that it's coming for them as well. Yeah.
And you see the chess game that's being played, Wendy? What they'll do is they'll use that under the guise of they're listening to the right, like the way they tried to bring in digital ID, pretending that they were doing it because of immigration.
Yeah, that's right.
So what they'll say is, we'll get rid of those protectorates, we'll get rid of this, and we'll get rid of that. And whether I agree with that they should be taken away or not is something else, because they'll get rid of that when they're ready and have already got the control of the indigenous masses, so that they can step on the religions, step on the ethnic minorities. You watch.
There's no doubt in my mind that I tell them all the time. Well, you'll be next. Your precious religion has already been watered down, and it's going to carry on getting watered down until they don't need you anymore. But they don't see it, Jupiter. They think that no, couldn't possibly happen. No, well, yeah, it can happen. Yeah, it will happen. I mean,
I think that we've been lied to and gaslit on a massive scale by our governments successively for hundreds of years, Wendy. Honestly, I do. I don't, and that's why I don't think it started with Blair. I think the two different ideological groups have been going back for years, but the left were more organised.
Maybe, but I've been talking to Muslim people who are already like saying things like, "Yeah, we haven't got a problem with gay people." I mean, when would you hear that before, Jubes? Come on.
Wendy, that's what I call the normies. We've got loads of normies in this country, normal people that just don't agree with what the system's doing. They don't agree with what the system's doing. But you see, you've got to be careful, very, very careful in letting your guard down, because there are people out there, and we have to listen to them, that have gone through this. People in Iran, people in other countries. I know that we don't like all the protests and the factions and everything else. I get it. But
you've got to take notice of what's happening.
A lot of other countries that have been taken over by radical Islam have said and stated that it's okay to have a few. But when you let them in en masse, whether they're decent people or not, they're going to side with the radicals, and they will. And I know it's hard. It's hard for us to understand it, but I kind of understand it, Wendy, because I don't like Steve Laws or the things that he says,
No.
right? But if it came down to, I'd stand against him on the principles of let's kick every ethnic minority out. But if it got down to civil war in this country, what side would me and my family, including my black husband and mixed race kids, stand on?
Well,
It'd be the side of the indigenous British people. So I might not agree with all the ethno-nationalists, but those same ethno-nationalists I'd probably be standing amongst to fight for the indigenous people.
Yeah.
So when you look at it like that and the complexities of it, you understand that Muslim people will fight with the radicals if there's a benefit to them holding on to their cultural beliefs. Because what we're really fighting about is cultural beliefs.
Yeah.
Forget the colour of people's skin. I don't
That's got nothing to do with it. No, it's got
racism. What this actually is a cultural war.
Yeah.
And when you're fighting for the culture, you're going to have ethno-nationalists fight for the culture of the indigenous. You're going to have the normies fighting for the culture because that's what they're accustomed to and what's customary. And you're going to have interracial families that actually understand the customs and prefer the customs of the British people who are going to fight for the customs of the indigenous against those that are of a different custom. So, and that's why they would end up, even though they're decent people, and they would end up fighting with the radicals because it means they can keep their custom because they don't want their customs taken away. It's as simple as that. So it's all very well us going, yeah, well, I don't know, Abdul and Amin and their wives, and they're really lovely people and they've never done me harm. I agree, they haven't. But when it comes down to the wire, they will side with their custom.
Well, of course. Yeah.
And that's the sad reality that people need to understand.
I mean, look at Triller that time. You know, Wendy, you know, we give them a home. This was about what happened in India. We give them a home. We give them enough money to feed themselves. And what do? What do? They put a bomb in a car and kill 2 people. And he's really emotional. And I'm thinking, yeah, welcome to our world then. Do you know what I mean, Jubes? Because that's how we feel all the time.
Yep. Yep. And the thing is, Wendy, the answer is to use our intelligence, and our intelligence would tell us that we have to prioritize in order what is the problem, what is the major problem over the minor problems, deal with the major problem first and then the minor ones. But you're not allowed to think like that because we've got a whole generation now that are being taught that if you do hierarchical thought like that, like such as prioritizing or discriminating or putting something lower than something else, that is white privilege. It's the way white people think. It's wrong think. Don't think like that. And therefore we've got thousands of people that have gone through university that have got no sensibility, and that's why we've got the problem why people ain't standing up.
Yeah.
Because they haven't got the skills to prioritise.
And at the moment, like with the lefties, and I keep on about these lefties, Jubes, because they're hateful individuals.
Oh, they are, yeah. They are the racists. They are the fascists.
Yeah.
They're the ones that push everything to the extreme, and that's why they're in bed with the extreme of the right who are Nazis.
I think I said to you once before, they bother me more than the so-called Islamists. I see them as that bad, these lefties, these extreme lefties, right? Because they're capable of so much fucking evil, just riling people up, Do you know what I mean? The way they behave and everything else, because they're self-hating people. They hate what they are and they hate the country they live in.
Yes. Well, remember what I said, Wendy. The extreme left have been very clever. They've got their people in every group.
Yeah.
Pretending that they're fighting for that group. So you've got the black lefties that are also in black national groups. You've got Orthodox Jewish lefties that are also in there pretending that there's no anti-Semitism. So you've got the blacks pretending that the left ain't racist. You've got the Orthodox Jews pretending there's no anti-Semitism. You've got gay people that are with them pretending that the left don't hate homosexuals, although you'll find that there's quite a few of them that do.
Oh,
I've heard people come on here and say the most god-awful stuff. I'll give you an example, and you might not like me using this name because I know you're talking to him, and so I'm not including you in the statement. But if you look at Simon Lord, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
He was somebody that was able to pretend that he was on the right for a very long time.
Oh, God, yeah.
Right? Because he was extreme left. And extreme left and extreme right are the same kettle of fish. They've got the same way of thinking and everything else. And they've got so many things that overlap that they agree with each other, which is why information got passed from the left to the right and, you know, about individuals, just ordinary people like myself, right?
But
he claims he's a homosexual. Yeah, I've heard him say some of the most disgusting things about homosexuals himself.
Yeah, because he doesn't. The way he explains that is he doesn't like the way that some of the homosexuals behave, and I think, you know, like camp. You know how they can be very camp. But some of the nicest people I've spoken to, Jubes, are homosexuals. God. In real life, if you know what I mean, camp or not. So I don't.
Wendy, I don't think there's a family out there that doesn't know someone that is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So for them to say that British people hate homosexuals, they don't.
That's not true. I don't believe that for a minute. No.
You know, but what I'm saying is, if you think of the hate that comes out of the left and the way that they've been allowed to build up people as targets to be attacked, and the way that they've done it, and I've watched it for years on these channels. You've seen it.
Yeah, well, I saw Simon. You know, there was nobody better than I'm just going to call it Ginger Tony for a long time, and then all of a sudden he starts putting out these little notes, voice notes, and calling her all these names. And I asked him why he did it. You know, and the only reason he had why he did it was because, well, apparently she's a lying twat.
He did it because he might not be an actual hope not hate agent, but he was in contact with people that were. The reason that he targeted Tony is because he was very close to atheist Steve, and Steve had been in touch with Hope Not Hate, and Steve had decided that he was going to turn against Tommy as well for his own political career. How did that go for him? Not that well. But if you look at Steve, I always had my suspicions of him anyway. Do you remember Sarah Everard's?
When we watched that and he was there. I mean, why was he there?
Encouraging the left to go at the police. Disturbing someone's memorial. I think that's probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen people do.
Yeah.
Actually. Because that was a private family.
Yeah.
Who weren't political, weren't on YouTube.
And they made it political, didn't they? Yeah.
You know, they lost a member of their family, which is very sad in one of the most awful ways. Held a memorial, and you had the left hijack it.
I'll never forget us watching that, and then we heard his voice, and then we saw him. Couldn't believe it. Yeah. What the fuck was he doing there?
Yeah, and he was meant to be on the right, and there he was psycho, sisters uncut, screaming and shouting.
That's it.
You know, all of that. He was there with all of that. And it became very apparent at that moment in time during lockdown where his law is lay, and then obviously all the other stuff come along, and then we found out there was phone calls and other stuff and everything else.
And you know that Amy, Fall Down Amy.
Oh yeah.
She always said, right, and I used to think, no. She said from the minute, when she was hit, somebody punched her in Soho. She said from the minute that happened, she kept on, and she kept saying that Steve set it up and Steve was behind it. And I never believed her until that video, that thing we were watching, and he turned up at with Sarah Everard. And I thought, well, if he can do that, he's capable of setting up something like where Amy gets knocked out. Well, knocked out. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, Wendy. I mean, I've got no proof, but it wouldn't surprise me.
No,
because I honestly believe that there's a lot of things that are really weird. See, people who haven't been around as long as me and you have, or know as in depth of what we do with some certain factions and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, what was his name? That Chinese bloke that used to stand in the park as well. What was his name? The one Tan. He was involved in that.
Yeah,
he was involved in that.
She was supposed to be meeting him outside in Soho, and he decided to pray to a tin of drink. Can you remember?
Yeah.
And she was there, and he's on the floor praying to this tin of Tango. Yeah, it was Tango. And from nowhere, this big bald bloke with a dog comes walking down the road and punches Amy straight in the face.
Yeah, you've been tangoed. You understand how ironic that was, and that's why it looks like a setup. No one attacked Tan; they attacked her. And when you look at it and step back, okay, so let's look at the connections. At that time, Based Amy was friends with James Goddard until obviously he sold out that group. At the time she was friends with Goddard, Blackwell, and lots of people that were going to the park. Tan that turned up from nowhere from a foreign country. When you look at right, so now step back and look at this, and there's loads of things that you can look at. We've got a problem with our government at the moment because they're building an embassy for who that might have a spy chamber? China. We've got a problem with our government at the moment because we've had Chinese spies and they let them off. We've got a problem at the moment with our government because of the Chinese influence. Okay, fine. Park that to one side. We've got a girl that was in the middle of Tan, who was close to Tan. Yeah. Namely Lucy Brown, that apparently Tan became infatuated with.
Yeah.
But somewhere further down the line, we don't know how because nobody knows, she ends up in China with Maria Helvin and David Bailey's son, splits up his marriage and ends up with that bloke and in a relationship whom she met in China while he was trying to push being a transgender, by the way. You do know that, didn't you?
No, I didn't know that, no.
So, yeah, that bloke, even though he'd been married, had kids, suddenly decided that he was transgender. That's weird, isn't it? That seems very left-leaning. She meets him, suddenly the transgender part of him drops, But you've got to ask yourself, why was somebody who claimed that they were standing with the right and filming with the right and doing freedom of speech and all the rest of it, why did they suddenly end up in China, of all places, with that bloke, and a bloke that was pushing transgenderism really much and everything else? All of a sudden, he's back to normal. They're now back in the UK. They're having a family, but they're still on Tommy Robinson's case. But some weeks she likes Tommy Robinson, some weeks she don't like Tommy Robinson. Involved with Mandy Mosley and,
Yes.
you know, trying to set up an alternate GoFundMe system for girls or victims of Andrew Tate. All a bit bizarre.
Well, hang on. Andrew Tate hasn't been found guilty of anything.
No, I know. But alleged victims, let's put it there, yeah. Alleged victims, you're right.
You know, I know he's been up to a lot of whatever, I don't know, but I can't forget what Tommy said, that, you know, when they first come for you, the thing they like to label men with especially is exactly what they're doing with that guy.
Yes, Wendy. Now, right, I said step back because there's so many tentacles. Now watch the next step. Simon Lord got himself embroiled in a situation between Lucy Brown and Tan. Why? How? What was the connection?
I don't know.
Now, you can sit here and go, oh, yeah, I like Lucy Brown. I got on with Lucy Brown. I knew Lucy Brown, all this. No, there's more to it. There's more to it. What was your connection? Why was you so involved? What was that all about? So, again, Simon Lord involved in all that shit. Yeah? Now, remember, we've already talked about the Chinese connections, right? But you're big friends with this woman and everything else, and Tan and everything else and whatnot. Okay? Now, Mandy Mosley. Simon Lord was very friendly with Mandy Mosley.
Still is, huh?
Yes, still is. Why? Mandy Mosley claims that she's on the right, but she's not. It's obvious she's not.
No, she's not, Duke.
It's obvious she's not, but she is another one. Claims she was on the right. Who was she pushing? Well, James Goddard.
Yeah.
Tracy Blackwell.
No, she is not on the right. No.
Now, step back a little bit more and look. There was an individual called Tommy Robinson that come along and managed to gather people together to highlight what was going on with grooming gangs. That was his cause. That's what he stayed with. That is what he pushed. He showed everyone what he meant over years and years and years. He gained traction, and then he widened out into, he started with grooming gangs, and then he widened out into the other stuff that was affected because of the same mindsets, etc., etc., etc. What were that group doing on the other side? Every time they were trying to bring up, a cause that would go up against the grooming gangs. First of all, it was justice for our boys.
Yeah.
Then it was Andrew Tate's victims.
Mm-hmm.
And all the time they sat there and all they did was undermine the grooming gangs, which by now that even the government accept is a very real reality and how damaging it was. So forget Tommy Robinson, whether you like him or you don't like him. That grooming gangs was something that was real. Why were these people against that? Why were these people continually trying to bring causes or other factions or other groups that were going up against him? Because they weren't on the side of truth. They were either bought out, they were agents.
Well, you know, hopefully we'll get a review or whatever, or an inquiry or whatever it is over these grooming gangs.
We won't get an inquiry, Wendy. They'll keep saying that we. They'll keep saying that we will. It won't ever be full. It won't ever be to the extent that we want it. Not until all the players are dead.
Ah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Kick it down the can. Kick it down the can. Kick it down the can, and then one day they'll finally admit all the stuff. But it won't have affected those people while they were alive. Now, again, go back to Simon Lord again. Simon Lord knew Steve Atheist. Steve Atheist then turned on Tommy, came out with all his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Another one.
Yeah, what was this excuse again? Something he saw on the Day of Freedom. That's the Twitter thing, right? Yeah, made me see everything in a different light. Well, he let it go on for a long time before he said anything, didn't he? When you think about it.
He's a liar. He's a liar. When he realised that Tommy Robinson was gaining traction, when they all panicked and never did their job properly, whoever was paying them or not paying them due to their allegiance, whatever it was, they stepped up the game and got it disastrously wrong.
Oh, they stepped the game up all right. Yeah, they did.
And then Nick Lowles himself was brought into it and everything else. He's now had to take his name away from Hope Not Hate, but he's still well involved.
Of course he is, just because, yeah.
Yeah. And the same thing is still going on now, Wendy. I see it myself. The same thing is still going on now. And when you talk about it, people, because of their own prejudices and biases, can't see the bigger picture. How can you have somebody, right, that claims they're on the right, but when they're getting upset with the right, they run to Searchlight?
God, yes. That bloody magazine, yeah. Ugh.
But we've had a female that's been associated with the Shield again.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, look, another thing that could go up against the grooming gangs.
Yeah.
See the pattern of behaviour that they've been having. Let's start a faction. Let's start our own cause. Let's make this cause go up against it so that the focus comes away from what we want to focus on. Time and time again. And then, yet there was a woman, allegedly, that's supposed to have, well, allegedly been with several people on the right. I'm not going to name names. Several people on the right, including somebody that was involved with Shield, including the bloke that run to the newspapers and sold stories about Tommy Robinson.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She was very friendly with that person. Including the bodyguard that actually bodyguarded for 2CTV.
Yes, the Viking, wasn't it?
And yet runs to Searchlight every time.
It's amazing, isn't it, how Searchlight gets hold of it. You know, that we didn't go to Searchlight. Well, yeah, well, how did they hear about it then?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Because like I said earlier, there's people on the far left and people on the far right. They're in bed with each other. The extreme ethno-nationalists, the Mark Colletts, the Steve Laws, the James Goddards, and we know from Tommy's exposure, whether people want to believe him or not, he showed the connections, that there's rumours that Jada Franson got paid. That we know for a fact because they were stupid enough to put the fucking footage out there at the time, probably erased into the ether somewhere now, that they went and met Jim Dawson. Do you remember, Wendy?
Yeah.
No one ever talks about Jim Dawson and his influence, do they?
No, but they definitely went there and met him. Yeah, they did.
You know. And they allegedly took Hope Not Hate money. You know?
And then there was the fucking video of Paul Golden apparently locking her up in the house with her. I never fell for that, you know, because it was just too suspicious. I never fell for that story. Sorry.
Too planned, too calculated. Yeah. Too planned, too calculated, and too convenient. You know. And where is she now?
I don't know.
Well, she's not talking about grooming gangs or anything like that anymore, is she?
No.
She's busy against the Jews and at Stream.
Oh, right. Okay.
Where's James Goddard run off to Thailand? Who's he talking to? Other extremists on the right.
Yeah.
Who are they talking to? They talk to the left. You've only got to look at Ralph Massalamani. What do you think he was? Do you think he was extreme right or extreme left? Or do you think he was just sitting in the horseshoe?
I think he was an accelerationist, or whatever you call it, love. And just sat there to accelerate things. Yeah.
Yep. So we could get dictatorship, yeah? Because the extreme left and the extreme right don't care what way you get there. They're not really bothered about the cause.
As long as you
They're
get
not
there.
really bothered about justice. They will use all of these groups to their own fruition to get you up to the top of that horseshoe.
Yeah.
You know, but when if you speak these things out, they tell you you're mad, that you haven't seen it. Jupiter don't know what she's talking
No, we
about.
have seen it. We've seen too
I know
much.
we've seen it, and there's a load more that I could add to it that I know, but I'm not going to, because what we get is silly little nobodies that clip things, make their own narratives, try to defend stuff that's not defendable.
Yeah.
Either because they're actually on the side of all these people and they're part of the great infiltration, or because they're jealous of the fact that they don't understand all the connections like we do, and so therefore they've got to discredit us. It's mental.
Yeah. It's like this, you know, they're putting the immigrants into the army camps again. You know, I've told a few people this is not the first time. They did it the first time. And the immigrants actually ended up, or migrants ended up burning the fucking camps down. That's why they were put in hotels. And I get called a liar. Oh, hello, I'm not lying. That's what they did.
We saw it. We saw it. So it was in Wales.
Yeah.
It was in Wales. They were put into army camps. And Zubida used to bring the footage. Yeah. Zubida used to have a lot of the footage because they would send her it. She used to play it on her show. They set fire to the camps and said that they were inhabitable. Because I remember at the time you were outraged because we said, well, if soldiers can live in them, I don't understand.
They can.
Yeah. And that's why the excuse was that they were they set one on fire. I think they set a couple on fire.
They did,
and that was why they had their protests, and then the left backed them up, and then they got put into hotels.
Hotels, yeah.
So it was the left again. Yeah, the left again, backing them up, saying it was unfair, it was discrimination and all that shit. And then they got put into hotels. You know, now they're going to put them back into these barracks and that. But, you know, I was looking at Crowborough, and I know my mind goes to places that other people don't see, right? I feel sorry for the people of Crowborough, but Wendy, I do, right?
Yeah, so do I.
For what they're going to have to suffer. But those people have only woken up, and you can't blame them, but those people have only woken up because it's now affecting their middle class community.
Oh,
But for years, they didn't understand what was really going on. But watch the play, Wendy. That's all I'm going to say, because according to the Daily Mail, they did a piece on that with a woman that's organising the protests there, right?
All right.
She's perfect. They actually use that word, right? She's the perfect face for organisation. Well, she's middle class, isn't she? They're hiding her background. Well, that's funny, isn't it? Why ain't the left brought her background out? Why ain't they talked about her?
Oh, right.
Right? Because she's worried about losing her job and how it could affect her big house in Crowborough. But it's funny how the left don't seem to be worrying about her or focusing in on her. It's funny that the Daily Mail were writing a positive story about this woman. I'm not saying that she's a bad person. I don't want her cancelled. I'm just looking at the stuff that don't feel right to me.
The difference. I know what you're saying, love.
Yeah. Notice how Channel 4 went against the auditors that brought a lot of these hotels to people's consciousness, right? And the fact that the government were breaking the law because they hadn't changed the licenses. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And the illegal migrants working and all the other stuff that they've brought up. Notice how Channel 4 came down on people like AY and wanted to talk about the auditing community. But all of a sudden, we've got the Daily Mail writing glowing reports about this woman. All of a sudden, we've got people that are not known as, how can I say it? People that are known as centre-right, people that have been doing auditing for a long time, or people whatever. All of a sudden, the people that are turning up at Crowborough seem to be ethno-nationalists, Wendy.
Oh, right. Okay.
All of a sudden, the left don't have a problem with the ethno-nationalists. Why is that? Well, because the extreme right and the extreme left are in bed together. I see these things, Wendy, and I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it when I see the stuff. Can't unsee it. It's a gameplay. Why? Well, because extreme right want dictatorship as much as the extreme left do.
But so how many migrants? I mean, the last I heard, there was only 8 migrants in that army camp at Crowborough.
No, in the middle of the night, they put, I think it was 127, and then they've brought another load in, and I think there's meant to be 600 in total, possibly more. You know.
One hell of a blow for a little country village, I'll tell you that.
Well, it is. That's why I said I feel sorry for the people. I agree with the protests. I really do, Wendy. I agree with the protests. I feel sorry for the people. I'm glad that there's local people standing up, and I stand with those patriots. But in amongst that, I'm watching the moves that are being done by what I call the horseshoe. And I can see it, and it's glaring.
Yeah, all that stands out for me is that the government doesn't care what, you can go and protest every day, every night, do what you are, still not going to stop them from doing what they want to do.
To some extent, I think the pressure groups do work, and I do think that the rallies do work. When they see the amount of numbers, it frightens them. But you see, if the left can maximise the ethno-nationalists, and the ethno-nationalists can take away power from what I call the centre-right, then there is nothing stopping a situation where true racism, true Jew hatred would actually become more of a reality. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing that unholy alliance, accepting the fact that it's okay. They don't say it's okay, but we know that that's what the generality is on the left. That a Jewish person can go to the synagogue and get murdered, and in the same week, the Prime Minister comes out and almost says, "Well done, I'm going to give you funding to protect your mosques."
No, 10 million to protect.
It's almost like that was that was the payment for the situation that happened. Ridiculous. I know it's not, but it's almost like.
That's what it came across as, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, Jubes, I'm off to bed, love. It's my bedtime.
Oh, yeah, look. See, this always happens when we get talking.
That's all right.
All right. I've enjoyed it, though, anyway, because we've had sensible talk without people turning up saying disgusting, filthy stuff.
Yeah, and having to shout and scream. It's nice, isn't it? Just to have a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. Anyway, guys, speak to you all later.
Right, darling.
Thank you, Wen. Bye-bye.
All right. Night, Jubes. Bye, love. All right. Bye-bye, guys. Speak to you later. Pretty soon, I should think.